All right. So welcome everybody. If you're watching this, great. If you're watching this live, good to have you. If you're watching on the recording, good to have you back. In either case, we're going to continue with our Civ 4 stream. This is Elizabeth, Empress of the Highlands. As the name suggests, it's Elizabeth on a Highlands map. And Civ 3, yeah, I'm not ruling out Civ 3 as a possibility either. I have not played a game of Civ 3 since the last time I played Civ 3 was before Civ 4 came out. I have not played even one game of Civ 3 since Civ 4 came out, but I'm leaving it open as an option. It would be interesting because a lot of you guys haven't seen Civ 3 because it's an old game now. But it might be interesting to do because I've played so many hundreds of hours of Civ 3. It might be interesting to show. It's not the greatest game for streaming because most of the game is spent moving workers, but I could do like a small map so it cuts down on some of the micro. Civ 3 was a really good game when it came out. It's just the mechanics are pretty outdated at this point. Very, 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 very micro-intensive game to not much benefit. But anyway, so let's do a quick recap. In the last session, we finished up polishing off Surya Varman. He's been eliminated from the game. And after that, we went into big-time factory construction. England has mostly been industrialized. A lot of the cities have finished their factories. We popped a golden age to flip into state property civic, also free religion, and also to help us build those factories. And things are looking pretty good right now. As far as the tech tree goes, we're in the industrial era right now. We still have to get through about half of the industrial era and then the full modern era. And we're just going to see how far we can get today. The only real danger... So there is one thing that was discussed on the Discord, and that is the fact that this one city, No Escape, has Buddhism in it, which unfortunately puts us at risk for losing the game to a stupid Apostolic Palace religious victory. Now, I don't think that that's too likely. You can see there's Buddhism in all these cities. But unfortunately, wait, does India have any Buddhism? I don't think there are any Buddhist Indian cities. Okay, so this is good news. I should have checked on this. We are not at risk to losing the game to a religious victory because there are no Indian cities that have Buddhism. So that means that India is not, there's no chance to lose the game right now. So that's good news. Please use World Builder to get rid of that. Yes, that is another thing you can do. You can gift the city to the AI if it looks like you're about to lose a victory vote. But I believe that we're not at risk because India does not have any Buddhist cities. Yeah, we had in AI Survivor, we had a weird look at that. Good question about diplomacy. Let's just take a quick check. So diplomacy is better than it was before. I have 3 pleased, 1 cautious out of these relationships. That said, my opponent in the UN would be Ahsoka, and fortunately, he's not super popular either. If my opponent in the UN were Kathy, I would be seriously at risk of losing a UN victory to her. But I think I'm reasonably safe. It also helps that this is not a super aggressive bunch of AIs. Anyway, so we finished the levy. So now we can do the observatory, which we delayed here because we were building wonders. Also, I don't think I need the double engineers anymore. The reason why I'm not going for coal plant right now is I don't have enough health for it at the moment. So we'll do the coal plant. Does this lower the build time? No, it stays at 3 turns. Although then again, running engineers, it wouldn't hurt to have a great engineer as my great. You know what? Let's go back to that. Just because I wouldn't mind getting a great engineer for a great person, that could be handy. Both for potential wonder rushing and otherwise. I also need to do the Pentagon at one of my cities, just because it's a pretty nice wonder. So yeah, like Desert Oasis is starving, and I need to finish medicine so that it can build stuff to not starve, basically. Note that Desert Oasis is almost completely out of stuff to build. It's going to do Intelligence Agency, and then it's going to have to do a hospital after that. And then afterwards, I don't have the hospitals yet, but I will in 2 turns. And then after that, we'll probably do Wall Street here because it's a really, just such an incredible, awesome city. All right, factory, go on to coal plant. I could whip for 5 pop. See, again, we're at the point where it's typically easier just to build things with natural production as opposed to whipping for them. Like, obviously, it's not worthwhile to do all that damage. Anyway, the levee finished here, so now we'll do factory. This levee is really, really good. So let's see how many tiles are getting boosted by the levee, okay? Actually, I think it's actually better to work. It doesn't make a difference there. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, actually, that's not on a river. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're actually getting the bonus on this tile, too. 11, although we're not working that one yet. Anyway, it's a lot of extra base production. So in terms of what we're actually doing on a turn-by-turn basis, most of what you're seeing me do is toss down railroads. That's like the big thing at the moment. We are working that. Oh, no, we're actually not working that tile, so we should do this one. And up here, now we were able to bring irrigation up here with biology farms. Suddenly this city doesn't suck anymore. And we actually have enough of a food surplus to work with. Yeah, I think I workshopped the last tile. I won't work it for the moment. I'll keep working those water tiles, but yeah. I also should, well, you know, we have more important stuff to do here. Let's work on that rail network. Oh, wait, what? Did it? Oh, I forgot this tile wasn't roaded. I just wasted their turn. Ah, well. Not the end of the world, but not ideal, certainly. All right, what do we need here? This city is close to running out of tiles that can work. Also, this cottage is probably not worthwhile. It's probably too late in the game to invest in building up a cottage, so I'll probably workshop over that tile. Let's cut this down and workshop. Put a workshop on this tile. This city's a little low on production. It could use the workshop. And meanwhile, you guys can keep railroading ahead to the next city. I can pair those two up together. So first thing to do is to get a military rail net connecting all your cities together, and then after that, you want to railroad any mine tile or lumber mill tile, because both lumber mills and mines get +1 production as a result of having a railroad on them. All right, so poor Fishy is going to need to whip this factory. Well, actually, is it even worthwhile to whip the factory? Like, does more production even mean anything in this city? It's probably better at this point just to let Fishy grow and just like stop whipping it, because it's already got all the key infrastructure at this point. Like I already have library, university, observatory, marker grocer, and stock exchange. Yeah. Probably better just to leave that alone. Yeah. Right, it's like whipping would make sense if there was more to build, but there really isn't, so it's probably best to just let it go. Great Wall. Whereas, all right, so this city finished its levee too, and it hopped back to a jail that was previously in the queue. So let's do the factory, which is what we actually want here. And I do not want to work that stupid spy specialist. This is the AI and its spy specialist, I swear. Yeah, so like whipping, we probably should drop slavery the next time we're in a golden age, just because slavery is not that useful anymore. Like now that we have factories, we don't really need slavery that much. So we'll probably go emancipation the next time. All right, so we've gotten factory coal plant here. This city is looking pretty decent. Too bad I can't build the levee. But we should do the aqueduct for health reasons. And then knock out that jail infrastructure, just because we might as well get the espionage points. It'll make it harder on the AI to spy on us. I wonder if National Park... Well, National Park's not a very good wonder. Oh, we have the ironworks too. That's right. I gotta remember. Gotta find some city that's just good at production and put the ironworks in it. I hadn't been thinking about ironworks at all. Bit of a mistake. And I forgot I need to ferry workers over here to railroad that mine. All right. So we have factory coal plant here. Yes, we do. Okay. So at this point, we're just still finishing up with more basic infrastructure. Oh, it just barely misses doing the aqueduct in 2 turns. That's too bad. All right, factory coal plant. Got double engineer specialist here. I guess that's okay, because it gets it to 16 base production. Need to get over here and mine that tile at Helm's Deep. In fact, I've got workers right here that can do that. Did they manage to finish that? No. Alright. So fire that and work that tile. So did we finish the workshop? Okay, good. Debating if it's better to move over to here. It probably is. Work that tile. This city is, well, I was going to say this city's not high food, but it's actually has, thanks to biology, it actually now has a decent amount of food. Could be a pretty decent city. Ironworks in Desert Oasis. Well, Desert Oasis, because it has so many commerce tiles, it's not really a great production city. I'm trying to think. Like, you could make a decent case that a city like Lymagrad, it wouldn't be a bad place. If I could just get some more food in this city, this would be a really good place for Ironworks. Just because it's, again, it's just like pure mines. Now the question is there any way to get farms up there? That I'm not sure that there is. I have biology, so I can build farms away from water, right? Or can build farms without irrigation, but I believe they don't get the full food benefit unless they're irrigated. Anyway, I'll have to check it out. Okay, what were we doing? Still some work to be done here. There's still some tiles to grow onto, although the city's running +7 food, so it's going to grow pretty fast. Let's keep a couple of these workers around to work on farming some of these tiles. Actually, I should railroad this because I'm actively working this tile. Alright, you guys move up here. Have more mines to railroad. Alright, any other tiles we're actually... Alright, we have a mine here that we're working currently. Could be railroaded. Alright, there we go. Gotta build that military rail net. What tricks? It depends. Some techs are modern age, some are not. If you look on here, it's like radios, industrial, mass media is modern. Satellites is modern. I can't remember if rocketry is modern or industrial. I think it's modern. I think rocketry is the first modern, and everything to the right of rocketry is modern. Good question. Radio is modern? Okay. Yeah, 2 turns to revolt into environmentalism. I'll pass, thanks. So what I want right now is electricity because I've got quite a few windmills and quite a few water mills. Getting this +1 commerce doesn't sound like much, but it'll trigger the financial bonus, so every windmill will then become +2 commerce, effectively. And the water mills, of course, I have quite a few of them, too. No great scientist here at physics. That was taken by the AI a long time ago. Yeah, look, this city's getting 44 spying points. Anyway, so, yeah, the city doesn't have a ton to do. Why don't we just have it work on, like I said, this, if I can find a way to get irrigation up here, this would be a nice ironworks city. Fission plus rocketry to nuke the barbed spear. I'm just trying to think if I want to do Pentagon here or if I want to go for Ironworks. Ironworks is like more the long-term play because the unhealthiness won't really affect this city that much. The problem is I do need to get more growth in here. It won't be a decent Ironworks city without that. I need to think about where... We'll just dump it on infantry for the moment. Do you have all the... No, you still need one more intelligence building. You do this, Security Bureau. Alright, we got the factory... Do the coal plant next. And do we have the levee here? No, we still need the levee as well. Oh wait, no, it's not actually on the river. Huh. Not actually on the river. What's the city building that unlocks with steel? Ironworks. With steel, the dry docks, I think. So here it is, dry docks. It's like a barracks for water units. Really, really important building for any kind of serious naval campaign. It is true this city will need a lighthouse, but I think I can get away with skipping it until after the coal plant's done. Oh no, I can build a levee here. Okay. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I'm not working any water tiles right now, so I don't think I need it just yet. Anyway, let's zoom out for a second and think about what city would be a good place to put the ironworks. Endeavor would seem like a good spot, but it should be building military units. What's the base production here? 38. Just looking at differences. Like Desert Oasis is too many commerce tiles. Victory doesn't really have that many mines. I think Laimagrad is probably the best spot, especially if I can get some more food into the city. Like if I'm willing to cut down this village, I can farm over to here. Hold on, I'm trying to check this. No, Suryavarman's the only one we've had any conflict with in this game. It's been a pretty peaceful game overall. So like if I go here... Yeah, see, I can build the farm here without irrigation, but it's only +1. So I think that here's what we're going to do. We're going to build the ironworks here at Laimagrad. Long-term project. We're going to farm over this tile, which is painful to do, but... and then that will allow us to irrigate these 3 tiles with, they'll each be +3 food, and then that'll give us enough food for this city to be, to grow up to like size 15 or 16, and then that's all that we really need. This is not a game where I can send like a food caravan, like in Civ 5 or Civ 6. And there's no way to get food over here. Yeah, very dry part of the map. Anyway, so as much as painful it is to farm over a grassland there, I think it's actually the way to go. For the time being, though, let's just railroad. You're going to have to railroad that tile anyway, so you get over there. Yeah, still not done yet. Farms can take a while. 3 food tile. Alright, Sandstorm's probably got enough tile improvements for the moment. Sadly, this tile is outside the borders of every city. So there's, like I can chop it, but there's no value to putting a tile improvement on it. And then up here, we've got, let's see if we can railroad some of the tiles that need it down here, like this one. Babylonians got 1 Khmer city. Yep, this one. This one city where they have like their whole military, which is still based on maces, which is kind of amusing. Did Gilgamesh build... Gibraltar needs workers. Where's Gibraltar again? Can't remember. Oh yeah, Gibraltar does, yeah. Well, technically it's only 1 tile that can be improved, but I should still ferry... This guy here. Wake up this galleon and use it next turn. Alright, observatory. So now we do the coal plant, and then we'll follow it up with the hospital. When the city starts starving there immediately thereafter. About a 1 in 4 odds to get a great engineer. Alright, so what do we still need to build here? The city doesn't need a whole lot more. It's pretty much out of tiles to work at this point. So I guess we'll do the espionage buildings for lack of other stuff. Might as well. Alright, this city still has quite a bit of infrastructure to do. So, first up, university, now that it's got factory coal plant. This tile I should also workshop. That's a pointless tile to have a cottage on. Again, the one thing that would have been nice, it really would have been nice to get my shrine at some point, the Confucian shrine, but sadly, not able to. All right, we actually have a hole in our rail net here. We need a rail on this tile. I would lumber mill this, but again, I'm going to farm over that, so. Alright, load. Unload. No, let's stay up here. Alright, still used up its turn unloading. Okay. Alright, you guys. Let's just make sure we've got the rail net extending to Oxford and Sydney-on-Sea. What the? Okay. I don't think that went quite the way I was expecting it to. Building the rails through the desert. How far? So Confucianism is spread through my territory, and then I spread it into Gilgamesh's territory, but that's basically it. It has no presence in the rest of the world. Oh, and I still need missionaries for End of the Line and Flipper. Never actually put them there. Oh well. I'll get one of the cities to build them. Alright, so here's Flipper. Looking pretty good thus far. I will need to one-pop whip the granary as soon as I can. Flipper. Alright, there we go. Always so annoying when the workers have to get split up. Alright. So we'll finish physics and go from there. Endeavor's almost finished West Point. Alright, electricity next. So we finished the... Alright, now we need to do the hospital to prevent the city from starving. Hospital will get it out of the starvation zone. Poor city. Alright, factory onto coal plant. Looking good. Alright, we did the aqueduct there. Now let's go back for the market. This city, remember how Twin Peaks had absolutely no food? Well, thanks to biology farms, even though the city has zero resources, it's an okay production city now. So we've got factory, coal plant, doesn't have much commerce potential. Questionable as to whether it's even worth building the stuff like libraries, but we can do the court. Oh, I already did the courthouse here. Alright. Yeah, very low commerce here. We only have 9 commerce, although we do get some from the specialist, so... Still, this is more of a barracks city than anything else. Let's get the aqueduct so it can keep growing before anything else. Oh yeah, grocer would probably be better just because it provides more health. That would have been better than aqueduct, so I'll go back and flip that over. Good suggestion. This city's going to be pretty good once it gets its factory, coal plant, and the levee down. It just doesn't have a lot of tiles to work, but there's enough food it can get quite a few specialists. Alright. So back over here, Twin Peaks, grocer for the health. Slightly more expensive, but more health. Oh, we discovered uranium. Oh, look at that source of uranium down there. And of course, Sandstorm has some. I'll connect the... Here, you guys go mine this tile. A lot of great people being born and civics getting swapped out there on the part of the AI. Minor Kopek does not like us very much. Alright, so what do? We connected Helm's Deep. to the rail net. You guys should probably now continue that down here towards no escape, just in case I would ever have to move units down here. So a little bit unlikely, but you never know. Want to make sure you've got a railroad connection. All right, you guys come up here. I want to have them workshop that tile next. So move them here. They can't move onto that tile because there's no road. Might as well get these tiles, the mines, improved. Oh, quarries also benefit? I forgot. Okay, so here's the reason why I forgot that. Quarries originally did not benefit. That was a change in at some point in Civ 4's history. Originally did not benefit from railroads. So stuff like that can still throw me off because, like I said, the game originally didn't work that way. Rails are 10 movement, right? It doesn't matter how much base movement the unit has. It's 10 movement points on rails. All right, and I need to get more workers over here if I'm going to make this work. If I'm going to do this at Lion McGrath, let's workshop that tile, and then these 4 workers need to come over here and get these farms built. So we finished West Point. So now all the units coming out are going to have 2, 4, 8. They'll all have at least 11 XP coming out for the 3rd promotion. So that's pretty nice. Courthouse is super cheap, so let's do that. Actually, no, we want to get this city out of its food deficit. This city is like, let me tell you about a food deficit. Factory, coal plant. We already have the grocer. Oh wow, the production's actually still really low. Even with the, because we only have 8 base production, even with the factory and the coal plant. Oops. All right. Well, maybe we do the harbor for extra health. Let's actually do this so that we have more production here. There we go. Yeah, the harbor seems like a good call there. All right, factory, coal plant. Continuing with our Rails Across England project. All right, so we finished that. All right. So let's have you guys start with the farm. And we might as well chop. One other cool thing about Limegrad is there's like more forests like way out here beyond the city's borders, which we can save for like spaceship parts later on. Help speed them along. All right, so I got that connected. All right, so I've got rails running through here. Trying to see where I want to send these guys further to the east. How far can they go? All right, so they can go here and toss down a railroad there. So have we... All right, so we've railed all these tiles. Now, are there any tiles at this city that would benefit? Working the poor citizen specialist for lack of other tiles. Too many desert tiles. That said, I think we're going to get control of some of these tiles soon. This one in particular is pretty close to flipping. Let's see. I'll check it in a second. Is Flipper ready to be whipped? Next turn it can be whipped for that granary. Poor Flipper. Let's see. Those are actually pretty decent tiles, considering that there's no resources here at this city. Not the worst tiles to be working. And we have these cities connected by RailNet, right? Yeah. Okay. So that seemed... I mean, we might as well improve this. Oxford needs a mine on that Naked Hill. You're right, it does. Oh yeah, it really does. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, we've almost managed to connect the whole rail net. Alright, so these guys here at Sandstorm can do that. We just connected the uranium. I can shift them over. What's going on? Build the railroad. Alright. Turn science back on. Yeah, we need, I'll move those workers over here and probably mine this tile. Yeah, looks like we can, well, you know, I could always workshop it, or excuse me, not workshop. I could windmill it and it'll be worth 3 commerce. That might not be the worst thing. I mean, this city doesn't need more food. It's got tons of food, but it doesn't really need more production either. It's got good base production. Might be better just to get more commerce. Keep pushing for space. Fresh water to the right of Flipper. So this, there's water here because it's coming through Bentnay Kadai. This is, oh, this is fresh water. Huh, I was assuming it, yeah, wow. I didn't even realize this was fresh water. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, so I can farm these 2 tiles. And that would be quite useful. Good stuff. Helm's Deep is now starving, just like Victory is starving. But the hospital can stop that. Well, stop most of it. Actually can't stop all of it. Curse you, spy specialists. Hill of Swords. I do the coal plant next. Even though that's a pretty weak tile. Actually, you know what? I'd rather have 2 beakers and 2 production than 3 production and not the extra beakers. Jail. Intelligence agency. Now Helm's Deep needs the grocer to avoid starving. All so much unhealthiness. Alright, so we're going to start with the farms. Oh, we got a great, yay, we got a great engineer, wow. From Poached of all places, huh. Wasn't expecting that. Now here's a place where it actually does make sense to whip. Because this city does not have much production. Actually got a great engineer, huh. Use him to find mining ink. No, we're in state property, so corporations are no good for us. And we're pretty closely tied to state property. Mining ink would arguably be the most useful to corporations, as we have coal and iron. And 2 gems. So yeah, we have a decent number of the resources. Yeah, so, I can't remember, can you use these for... I don't believe you can use these for spaceship parts, right? Because spaceship parts are projects. Gotta think about how we want to use this guy. Well, the only way to get great profits would be to run priest specialists. You can use it for the elevator. Yes. Thank you, Vincent. Yes. So we will need... hopefully Lymagrad is close enough to the equator to be able to build the space elevator. So I'm going to assume that that's going to be the spot for it. And yes, rushing the space elevator, definitely the best way to use that great person. All right, so we've connected our railnet to Victory now. Now let's extend it up to Fishy McFish. Oh my god, we never improved this hill tile for Fishy McFish. What? That's crazy. I must have just completely forgotten about that tile being there. That's nuts. My bad. Well, sometimes I mess up. So mathematics, it depends on the map, right? It depends on whether, like, it depends on the, it depends on the map and the specific circumstances of your game as to whether state property or corporations are better. For this game, I think state property is the superior choice. If I were going for a cultural victory on, like, a map with a lot of water tiles, Sid Sushi would definitely be better. So, like, it does depend on the circumstances. I don't think that there's an obvious right answer to that. It's a really good question. That said, the corporations absolutely are overpowered. I just lost those worker turns. I thought there was enough movement to get over there. Yeah, now these guys actually can get over there. Now that farm is going to be pretty terrible because it's going to be a 2-1 farm, but it'll become better once we plow down this, bulldoze this almost town over here at Old Town Road. Basically, poor Old Town Road has to take it on the chin. Alright, so this city definitely needs the extra production from railroading its tiles, just like Great Wall really needs these tiles. Poor victory. I almost wonder if it's worthwhile to burn the merchant on as a super specialist. Well, hold on. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 great people, all of different types at this point. So we definitely can get the 3-man Golden Age. We may be able to get the 4-man Golden Age as well, which would be awesome because we're going to get another great engineer, right? There's still the great engineer at Fusion, so we can count on using that, getting that great engineer. So that would get us another great person type. Yeah, like I might be able to get off the 4-person Golden Age too. Take Fishy's rice. Yeah, we might end up having to take Fishy's rice to prevent starvation. Poor Fishy. Well, that would lock Fishy into no growth, which would not be ideal. We'll see. I could always take it for like a couple turns just to get victory enough food to avoid starving. Do you mind how explaining? Okay, yeah, so how the corporations work is when the corporations work similar to religion. Like you found them in one city, which is your headquarters city. You spread them using executives, which are very similar to missionaries. Basically what the corporations do is they convert resources on the map into other yields. Here, maybe I can pull it up in the Civilopedia. Let's take Sid Sushi, that's the most famous one. So for every one of these resources, crabs, clams, fish, rice, you get 2 culture and half of a point of food for each one of these that you have. So Sid Sushi is kind of famous for, on water-based maps, you can get just ridiculous amounts of seafood and get crazy high amounts of food and culture from it. Now, for each resource you have, you'll pay higher maintenance costs, but you can kind of deal with that with courthouses and also to a certain extent the organized trait. So yeah, organized civs tend to do a little bit better with corporations.
Only the rich will burn candles.
Anyway, that was my... So that's kind of how it works. No growth is better than negative growth. That's true. Oh yeah, you're right, Vincent. It would still be +2. You're right. So what's our next objective here? Because I kind of completed the main ones that I wanted to have. I might want to pick up Supermarket for more health. Probably the next thing we want is Labs. Labs are the last building that adds plus science, and of course they're also needed for spaceship production. So that's probably the next thing that we want. Like most of the other stuff on the top side of the tree is pretty military focused and is not that useful for us in this game here. So I think that's what I'll try to push toward. Oh, wow, I forgot I can actually skip straight there. So yeah, we should probably do that. And we'd also could go for the thrusters too. Now obviously we have to build the Apollo program before we can build any of that stuff. And I do need to reveal aluminum, which is revealed here at industrialism. Of course, industrialism also obsoletes ivory, which is not super great, but I think we'll go refrigeration, superconductors, and then hit the top of the tree for industrialism satellites. I think that's what we'll do. Why would I go for superconductors last? I want the labs. The labs will speed up my research. Like, yeah, it's an expensive tech, but it will speed up my path to all the other techs behind it. All right, so now we've managed to get out of that food deficit here, and now we'll build Wall Street. It's going to take a while, but, you know, this city, when we're running 0% science, yeah, you can see it's 109 commerce, and boy, is this a beautiful city. So it'll be worth another 100 gold per turn, basically, once we have that. I'm also getting to the point where I can start running wealth in some of my cities, and then spend less time on 0% science. It was a joke related to AI Survivor. Okay. Wasn't sure if you were serious or not. It's hard to know sometimes. So we also do want to knock out some of these things. The Kremlin won't last too much longer, but it's probably still worthwhile to build it somewhere. And this city doesn't really have anything else crucial to do. Like, there's nothing else super important to build. So this is probably where I could do the espionage buildings, I guess. But all right, so we got the grocer here. This is a low commerce city, so this is another production city. This would be a good place to think about doing Broadway, because it doesn't, again, well, we'll do the espionage buildings first. I'm not in much competition for those wonders. Alright, observatory for you, because you actually are a commerce city. You are 100% a commerce city. I don't even have a library here yet, but again, do the coal plant first, because it'll speed up the build of everything else after it. Railroad that so other workers can then come help you. Flipper also needs to whip its granary. Yeah, sorry about that, buddy, but you need the granary to grow. You get up there and railroad it so that we can then windmill that tile. Someone spread Hinduism in Flipper, or it just, actually I think it just spread on its own. Alright, so you hang out here for the time being. Actually, no, stand next to the city, that way I can actually see you. By the way, for that notion, what does the Great Scientist light bulb right now? Fission? Okay. I need to see what the next great person to come out of this city is. That'll dictate some of what I end up doing with the great people. But I think I do actually have the ability to trigger 2 more golden ages if I can get decent luck with the great people. Alright, so as much as it sucks to plow over this farm for Old Town Road, I am going to need it. Alright, you connect this to the rail net. That's a more important thing you can do right now. This city is looking okay on improved tiles for the moment. It's got another tile to grow onto. I'm going to need to farm this, probably. Actually, no. Do I even need more food? The city's got a crazy food surplus. Maybe 1 more farm, and then workshops elsewhere. You know, this is a pretty good production city, too. Maybe this should have been the ironworks city. It's already at 23 base production. Oh, well. Lyimograd's a good choice. And there is some commerce here. Like, there's a... Well, we're probably going to get rid of that cottage. And there's some windmill tiles. Yeah, this could have been a good ironworks city, too. Oh, well. Lyimograd's certainly not a bad choice. Let's see. So, yeah, let's continue with that military rail net. We've got to extend it up here to Poached and Old Town Road. Yes, we're still kind of chugging along here. Easy, relaxing turns, nothing too dramatic, just kind of relaxing. Making good progress. Let me check the espionage points again. Okay, so I can finally see Wynakopek's demographics, just barely. Gilgamesh, I am close to being able to see his research. Kathy, I'm close to being able to see her research. That's going to be nice. Not so close on Hammurabi, but I can see his demos. And I can see the demos of Ahsoka, too. So now we can finally look at that bar graph. So yeah, clearly way ahead in GMP over the rest of the field. We've opened up a good lead. Industrialization, yeah, you can see, why is there a huge drop here? That's the end of the Golden Age. But I have industrialized. This is like the real world. England has gone through the Industrial Revolution first. The AI is not there. And I have the most cities. I was in the lead in power. This is when Wynakopek got rifling tech and upgraded all his units. I will have the Heroic Epic City start popping out more cities once Endeavor's... more units, excuse me, popping out more cities. Once it's finished knocking out this infrastructure. I actually do not want to build the Pentagon here. I want to take advantage of the fact that I get plus 100% production on units and use this city for building units. Like, I'll probably get a bunch of airships first, just because they're quite handy to have. Spies, yeah. Alright, so we got the hospital. So we're finally back to positive growth again here. I can actually workshop this tile. That would make that a pretty good tile. Alright, so what else do we got? Let's do the courthouse, because it's super duper cheap. 1 turn. Actually... Yeah, 41 base production, pretty good. And I still don't have the railroads down yet. Alright, this city. Did we finish all the... Yeah, we finished all the spy buildings here. a little too low on production to do Pentagon or Broadway, so let's get missionaries for our last cities. Let's get the levee here. No, actually, now we need the lighthouse. That'll allow us to drop the engineer specialist and work the water tiles. Forge onto factory. Oh, yay! We got that tile back. Yay! Woo! Let's go workshop it. And we got the coal plant here. So I think you need a levee next. And then you need some health. Granary. Next up should be forge. It'll take forever, but... Alright. Okay, cancel that. You can come back later. I want you over here working on a workshop for this poor city. Huh. Apparently there were already some turns invested into a workshop on this tile. Okay. Huh. Didn't expect that. That was the scientist I woke up last turn. Alright. So yeah, Victory probably needs to borrow this for a turn or a couple turns just to get some food going. I'm sorry, Fishy. Poor Fishy is like, alright, fine. But, you know, at this point, Fishy doesn't really need to grow that much. It's just basically sitting there working all the commerce tiles. I've been pretty mean to Fishy in this game. Alright, Liamagrad now has food here, so let's switch over. We need the city to grow, so let's start working some of these tiles. I needed to grow a couple sizes, and then I can have it just go over to mines after that. But for the time being, I'm going to need to get it up to like size 15-ish, roughly. It's going to be a very good production city with ironworks. Also going to be a very unhealthy city with ironworks. All right. And now Old Town Road. Yeah. Poor Old Town Road. Well, I guess it can work a lot of it can work a lot of specialists, I guess. It can work a lot of scientist specialists or something. But yeah, I feel bad for Old Town Road. Been a pretty good city considering we just crammed it in there. Also, Old Town Road is on the... Well, it's not really on the border. But let's get an actual defender up there just in case anyone would ever think about messing with it. Oh yeah, the benefit of railroads. Even a one-move unit can get there in 2 turns. Not so bad. Old Town Road needs health badly. Yeah, this is not going to be pretty when it finishes its courthouse. Or, excuse me, its coal plant. But we still have the grocer to do, and we still have the hospital and the aqueduct. So that's 2 health, 5 health. That's 9 health it can get, so it'll be okay. Defensive pack. Now, normally I would say yes to this. The problem is... if someone declares on Kathy, I get pulled into war. Still, I'm going to say yes because she'll get mad, and then I'm going to look to cancel that in 10 turns. So that's kind of the plan there. Alright, so yeah, so we'll let the capital run up a little bit more of a food surplus for a couple turns here, and then we can think about swapping that back. So capital, yeah, doesn't need a ton more here, honestly. Not the worst city to try to do Broadway. We are going to need some extra happiness because some of these resources, like Ivory, is going to obsolete. Whales are going to... Well, no, I don't have whales. But some of the happiness resources obsolete as the game goes on. Fortunately, none of the health resources obsolete. I'm going to have it knock out the espionage buildings at this point. I'm not going to do the other espionage buildings here. Like, should I do the theater? No, that's not kind of pointless. Alright, back. So let's do some units. Now, do I get the bonus on here? Yes, I do get the production bonus for airships. Let's crank out some airships for a little while. Yeah, there's a starvation. All right, grocer first then. So here's the harbor in this city. And I think we need grocer next. Oh no, we already have a grocer? Okay. Well, this poor city needs health still. Very unhealthy city. Still pretty low base production. Well, there we go. That gets it down to 3 turns. Alright, and Sydney on Sea can now... it's only +3 food. It's going to need some health too, isn't it? Do the harbor. That'll help at least... That'll at least get it up to +4 food per turn. Which is not great, but it does help a little bit. And then we need to grab like the library and all the research buildings there. Okay, so we've got our basic infrastructure, our coal plant. Let's do the grocer so that the city gets out of that health penalty. Alright, so we finished that, and let's have you windmill that now. We definitely need a windmill here because this poor city does not have enough food otherwise. Alright, so we need religion in Flipper and end of the line. Both. Fortunately, it doesn't take too long to get over there now. Alright. Now I can build railroads on these lumber mills and mines. I do need the levee. The thing is, levee is an expensive building, and it would boost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted to deal with the health issue first, but a levee is something I definitely want in that city. All right, so we've got that connected. Let's just mine this so that I have a second source of uranium. It's outside the borders of any city that can work it. Still good to have, though. This city, yeah, I want to get as much culture as I can in this city. I really would love to flip some more of these tiles. Alright, why don't you get back over there? I can actually go back to the farm here then. So let's just check what the culture looks like. Alright, so on this tile here, I have 1375, and Hammurabi is like 483. On this tile, I'm way ahead. This tile, 843 against 1142. I think I will get control of this tile eventually as well. Pretty sure I will. This one, oh, I'm relatively close on this tile too. This one for sure though. This is first ring for Green River. This is second ring, but it's third ring for Hyderabad, so I have a pretty good chance of getting control of it eventually. This one too. Yeah, this I should get control of pretty soon. This is down to only 42 against 38%. I guess I could technically put a city over here too, right? Some of the most dismal land imaginable. We, oh, you know, once I get a, hold on, alright, can't talk here. We actually get refrigeration at 0% science. That's pretty funny. Because we have enough beakers from specialists that we still finish it. This city just grew. Let's not work the cottage. I need to finish with the tile improvements here too. I really need to finish a farm on that tile. I'll have these guys come over and work on it in a minute. Oh, someone stole gunpowder. Oh no! Whatever will we do? Not gunpowder. You know, at some point we could actually use our spies to try and steal some of the outdated text we skipped. Anyway, so you notice how it says 523 on the digital scale here. 523 is Soren's birthday, May 23rd, and you see the little Soren on the digital digital clock there. Little Easter egg that he put in the game. Or that the team put in the game. Alrighty, so on to superconductors. So here's the supermarket. You know, normally I don't go for the supermarket, but Victory is actually a city where the +1 food is significant. So we'll do this, and then we'll swap that Bryce tile back to Fishy. I'm actually getting enough overflow. I'm actually going to get capped on overflow here. What's the most expensive? Yeah, I might need to swap between infantry and airships because I'm getting capped on overflow. All right, so those are the 2 Confucian missionaries I needed for those 2 cities. I don't think I need any more. So, what else to build here? Do we want to try like a long-running Broadway here? Maybe. Can probably have a stronger city build Broadway though. Still, is there really anything else for this city to build? It's already got the espionage buildings. It has no commerce potential at all. It's not really worthwhile to like build the library, blah blah blah. Stop bullying Fishy. Yeah, sure, why not? There's not much else for Terra to work on. Just crank out Broadway for us over time. All right, Twin Peaks was doing the espionage buildings because it has low commerce potential. Oh yeah, it's pretty good at that too. Helm's Deep has now gotten out of its starvation, so that means now it's time to do. Well, just need a little bit more health. I guess we'll do the aqueduct first. You've completed a coal plant in Isengard. Now it needs to do the grocer to avoid starving. Similar story here. Do we already have a grocer? Oh, we already have the grocer? Okay. This city's just really unhealthy. Well, this city doesn't need to grow. It's already working all the tiles it can work, so it doesn't really matter that it has a lot of unhealthiness. Let's do the research buildings then. Alright, so you finished that. Good. We just want to fill up the food box. We just want the city to grow as fast as possible right now. Plus 5 food per turn, even though it has no resources at all. Good example of how in the late game you can turn garbage terrain into useful cities. So now you need to come up here and help out there, although I think you're going to lose your movement points if you go up there, so why don't you move up here and railroad then? Probably a little bit more micro than I strictly need to do at this stage of the game, but whatever. I want to connect Poach to the rail network. Oh, here we go. All right, we got our first airship. So note that the air units do not get experience from the barracks, but they do get experience from West Point and from the Great Military Instructors. All right, so I'm gonna rebase you over to Flipper. And Fishy, there we go. You get a little bit more production, Fishy. Now you're up to a whole 5 base production. 5 production. All right, we should be able to get superconductors in 4 turns. Nice, and then we'll have the labs. Look at this tile, by the way. Thanks to the levee and the electricity bonus and the river bonus and financial, this windmill is 2 food, 3 production, 4 commerce. That is pretty nice. Pretty good stuff. Anyway, so there is more work for these guys to do. I need to extend the rail net down here and improve Endeavor's tiles. Like, that's a really good tile. All right, so we've got another great scientist. Okay. So let's look at our total great person list. I'm going to go to the military list. So we have a great artist, 2 scientists, a merchant, an engineer, and a spy. And we also... we're guaranteed to get another engineer from the tech tree. So if I used scientist, engineer, and artist for this golden age, I would just need a scientist and the engineer. I would just need either an artist or a scientist. Trying to think this through. I definitely want to use scientist, engineer, and then it would just be whatever I'm most likely to get another of, which would probably be artist. The great spy came from I think it came from communism. I already have enough for 2. Yeah, I already have enough for 2 golden ages. So I think what I'll do is I'll pop the first one. I'll pop the first one when I discover superconductors, and then use it to build the labs And yeah, probably use it to build the labs while also researching. And then the second one I pop when I'm at near the end of the tech tree and I'm researching the final spaceship techs and need to build the spaceship parts. I believe the stasis chamber is typically the last one you research. Like, you want superconductors for be able to build the thrusters and the labs. And you need to go to fusion early on because you need to build the 2 engines, which are really expensive. Mausoleum does not obsolete, fortunately. So yeah, we'll probably do the stasis chamber last. And we're also going to need to get the space elevator because that's a pretty big deal. So yeah, we should probably trigger a Golden Age soonish, just because it'll be handy. Although I need to get the Great Engineer over with the other great people for that, just so I can make sure that the right great people are being used. Okay. Yeah, and anyway, it was nice having you here, Link Mario Samus. That tile has no road on it, so... Anyway, so we're up to 29 base production here. We're going to grow onto this tile and be up to 5 food surplus. We're probably going to have to do the hospital. We're going to definitely have to do the hospital next, because the ironworks is going to create a lot of unhealthiness. Going to be a very unhealthy city in a minute. Alright. But yeah, this is a good city long term. End of the line. Off you go. I could always fail on that spread chance, too. I do need to build a Apollo program. You're correct. That's the next thing. I probably need to head for rocketry next for that reason. I was trying to remember, do you need... I believe you do need flight to launch the spaceship. Can't remember if you... I was trying to remember if you could skip flight and still launch the spaceship. I believe someone said you do have to research flight. I'm not seeing it as a necessary tech, though. I think I might be able to skip flight, actually. Better to do the hospital or supermarket? Good question. The supermarket, how much health do I get from the... You think you need advanced flight? Oh yeah, you're right. You need advanced flight. Or no, actually, isn't this optional? Isn't advanced flight an optional tech? Or am I crazy? I thought that was an optional tech. Like, I thought that advanced flight and stealth... I thought that these were all... I thought that these 2 techs were both optional and not needed, because I'm not seeing the little advanced flight icon for anything. Okay. Yeah, some people are saying you don't need it. So yeah, so I believe that flight, advanced flight, stealth are all optional. Now, granted, like, without flight, you can't build fighters or bombers, and fighters... bombers in particular are incredibly strong units, but if you're not fighting anyone, you don't need it. And I wanted to check on the supermarket question. Hospital versus supermarket. So supermarket is +1 food, which is great. And then also cow, deer, pig, sheep. So I have sheep, I have cows, I have pigs, and I have deer. So the supermarket's much better. It's cheaper to build and it's more health. So I should not build hospitals unless I need them. So I really should not build hospitals. I should build the supermarkets instead. They're definitely better. Although it appears as though I've already built the hospitals that I needed. Supermarkets are worth... yeah, they're worth as much as +5 food, potentially. Definitely. Really useful in some cities. And they're about the same price as the grocer. It does depend on what health resources you have. Although in this case, I have all the resources that benefit from it. These airships. Alright. Oh, that's not as unhealthy as I thought. Now, am I missing out on part of the benefit? Nope, I have both coal and iron, so I am getting the full benefit here. Okay. So there we go. So basically triples production. Now I should be able to get base production up to about 50 in this city. because I'm at 30 right now, and I'm well short of what this city can potentially work. So we need something on this tile here. I was trying to drop a 2-food tile for a 3-food tile. Don't like giving up that one, but I'm trying to grow the city here. So hey, we just had this discussion, so let's go ahead and get the supermarket. The +1 food will be really nice too, because the city's low food. In fact, almost every city can benefit from that. Alright, so we were doing espionage buildings here, so continue on. If you build all 3, you get 44 espionage points per turn, and that's a lot. We just did the observatory, harbor. It's a nice city too. One of these cities is going to have to do Pentagon, just for denial purposes mainly. Alright, so you come up here. Finish that. I guess we already finished the... There we go. Alright, and we might as well farm that too. We can always get rid of these farms in favor of workshops later on. But while we're... Oh, the city... Actually, the city's going to grow like a weed as soon as that finishes and gets the health back. It's going to grow really fast. So I'll do workshop there instead. Though you need to lumber mill that tile. Alright, Poached is now connected to the rail network. I don't really know where you should go. So why don't you just go hang out here at Dune, because there's just an archer on defense. You guys can railroad over here to Hidden Valley while you're there. Alright, and you guys... Come on down here, and we're going to spread rail stuff down to Endeavor. Alright, let's promote airstrike mode. Oh, we can't reach. Oh, it's not in range. Oh, wait, yes it is. Bombing run! Sorry, I get way too much enjoyment out of that. Alright, so we've got all the lumber mills now railroaded. So yeah, we're gonna get... Oh, we railroaded that. This tile needs to be railroaded. This one here. This tile will probably windmill. So like I can always build windmills to start, let the city grow up to like size 16, and then after it gets up to like size 16, mine over all these tiles. Like I can definitely do that. Just get extra food for the city to grow, and then afterwards, like cancel out of that. Airship. Oh, look at all that. Yeah, see, I'm almost capped on overflow here. Infantry is the most expensive unit I can build at the moment. Hey, Dune finally finished its coal plant. Very nice. Good job, Dune. So let's have you do the harbor next to deal with your health issue. And this city's pretty much done at this point. Can't really grow much further. Oh, yes it can. Never mind. Actually, finally it's time for you to do your lighthouse. And then you can cancel the engineer specialist and start growing on water tiles. You can finally build your lighthouse that I've been ignoring the whole game. Does Flipper still need a garrison unit? Good question. Did I leave it empty? So normally the observatory is cheaper than the university. The thing is that I'm philosophical, so the university is cheap for me. And you, my friend, would definitely benefit from one of those nice supermarkets that we've been talking so much about. This city doesn't have a ton of production. It's just like okay at 15. I'll do the supermarket, then go back for the University Observatory. So here this poor city still has a lot of unhealthiness. How much does the harbor provide again? It's not a ton of health, right? We've got the clams and the fish, so 2 health. Better than nothing. Alright, what else do we still need here? We still have more unhealthiness. We can still I actually can do the customs house, so it'll be worth getting at some point, although not right now. And we'll probably do the supermarket. Oh no, never mind, we have a stock exchange. That's a more valuable building. Let's knock that out first. Oxford's now backtracking to pick up the research buildings. Sydney on Sea, we mentioned we wanted to do the levy. So let's get that out of the way now. All these cities are just getting stronger and stronger. So what did we just finish here? We finished the grocer. Okay, so now the city's got +8 food per turn. Not bad. Yay, we finished the levy here. Alright, so now the city's got pretty good 35 base production. Oh, and look at this, we actually got another tile back. Excellent. Got that tile back. Now we're going to have to mine that tile, but still. You need to deal with your health problem. So let's get you the grocer, since that also boosts research. Or not research, gold income. I probably should stop airstriking this spearman, because it's not actually doing anything. But I was having fun, so... Alright, so you can come hang out with your buddies over here. Imagine the absolute minimum spaceship. What is the minimum spaceship you can launch with? You can launch with 1 engine, 1 casing, and 1 thruster. I don't even know how slow that would go, but it wouldn't be very fast. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not looking forward to that stupid delay in spaceship and how long it takes to launch the spaceship. And I don't have any units in poached, so let's stuff somebody in there. Certainly have no shortage of units over here. Alright, so we succeeded in that spread roll, dice roll. Conversion dice roll, maybe I should say. Flipper's a good place for an air base, because if I were to be attacked over here, then I would have my my planes ready to go. Alright. Moving on through. These cities are like the last parts that are not on my military rail net yet. How are we doing on Wall Street, by the way? Like halfway there. Wall Street's pretty expensive. Up to 2,600 beakers. I should be able to top 3,000 once I get these observatories up. And like I'm still building stuff. Like you can see universities going up in some of these cities, libraries, some of the newer cities. Some of the newer cities still growing too. Like they can still grow more specialists and so on. Oh, we can definitely start. I noticed we can start seeing the research of other leaders now. Infantry. Yeah, I'm again relatively close to being capped on overflow. All right. So we finished. What did we just finish here? The supermarket. Okay. Yeah, it's actually at +7 food. Nice. Not bad. So yeah, we just need the city to grow for a little while. Sorry to keep repeating myself, but that's pretty key. And this seems like a good place to work on Pentagon, which is an expensive wonder. Alright, so we got an intelligence agency. Is that the last espionage? No, there's one more espionage building. Security Bureau. That city can probably do wealth after that. I've got to keep in mind, some of these high production cities are going to need to build the research buildings because I want them to have the labs to build spaceship parts. So I've got to remember that so that they can knock out some spaceship parts for me. Okay, Isengard. Commerce City has largely solved its health issue, not completely. Let's do the library, though, because it's quite cheap. Can still grow onto some more tiles, though. Like that tile in particular would be nice. Let me do the library, then maybe I'll do the supermarket after that. because the supermarket will solve the health program and give it +1 food. Would take it from 2 food surplus to 5 food surplus. That's a big difference. And this tile can still be improved too. Oh, we finally finished this for Oxford. Look at this city. 71 commerce. Like, it still only has the library. It's not even, it's really not even close to being capped out yet. Space production 33. Let's run a scientist instead. 31 production is plenty. I'd rather have the extra beakers here. Alright, you don't have a ton to do over here. Why don't you help at Isengard? You guys need to come, we need to improve that tile. And we need to watermill this. Oh no, we already watermilled that tile. 5 feet. Not bad. Not bad as far as tiles go. 5 food. Oh, wait, no, wait a minute. That's not a watermill. That's a farm, isn't it? Yeah, that's a farm. We don't want a farm on that tile. We don't want no stinking farms over there. It's a tile that I, well, excuse me, picked up via cultural acquisition. Alright, I actually can't deal any more damage, and unfortunately I can't kill that unit, so I'm going to stop bombing it each turn, which was just for funsies anyway. You, let's see, so we've got a defender in Dune. Good infantry defenders here. Not that I think I really need them. And 11 XP. 11 XP there. And you should come over here and help build this watermill toe. Alright, we succeeded on that dice roll too. Soon the workers will be like pretty much done and won't have much more to do. So Pentagon's under construction in Lymograd. Like, Victory has some important stuff to do. I actually don't want Victory to build in Pentagon because Victory still has other important buildings. Like, it's working on the espionage buildings. And as soon as we finish Superconductor, it's going to finish with some of the... It's going to need to work on the lab after that. All right, so we're about to leave Slavery Civic. Let's just see if there's anything else we want to put down here. I think we want to whip out the coal plant. So I'm going to swap here so I can whip it next turn. It's going to be an expensive whip, but I'm about to leave Slavery behind here, so now's the time to do it. And the Shire might want to whip something too. Well, maybe not. I don't have its forge. At least that way it can run Engineer Specialist. The Shire is pretty much just there to work water tiles. It's not that good. Too bad we're going to leave Slavery right before we get the Kremlin, which would juice it up and make it more powerful, but that's the way of life. Emancipation will be more useful.
What is happiness? The feeling that power is growing and that resistance is overcome.
So that's a Sid Meier reading, of course, since it was one that Leonard Nimoy wasn't around to do, unfortunately. All right, so artillery next, en route to rocketry, so we can build the Apollo program. Hermitage plus Globe Theater and Poached. Hermitage wouldn't really do that much, unfortunately. So I am going to do the lab here because I want to have this city available for spaceship production. And of course, the city is a really good research city on its own. Alright, so we got the coal plant here. Let's get... Oh, we still need to do the levee here as well. Let's get your health issues sorted out so you're not starving. Just do the aqueduct because it's cheaper. This city's not going to grow any further. It's just to keep the city from starving. Also, I don't think I need that... Well, I was going to say I don't think I need that many engineers, but it actually drops the build time slower if I don't, so... So we finally have the lighthouse done for Dune. And now I could do the supermarket, but I think I'd rather do the lab, which is going to add more unhealthiness, but then we can go back and do the supermarket after that. got a grocer here. More unhealthiness. And the labs are only going to add more unhealthiness, too. That said, the labs are the highest priority right now. This city doesn't need to grow. It's already capped out on tiles that can work, so there's not much need to worry about that. You just do the library. You're too weak to finish a factory. You just do the library. Get done what you can. Alright. Library here. University. A lot of stuff finishing this turn, huh? Alright. So, just look at this again. Alright, so artist and scientist are the most likely for our... so we need to use engineer, artist, scientist for our golden age. Let me grab them. So artist, scientist. By the way, that mausoleum and engineer, because we're going to get an engineer. That mausoleum that I wasn't going to build because I thought the AI would get it, but the chat was like, you should definitely build the mausoleum. Turned out to be really brilliant. So many thanks to the chat for pointing that out. Let's see what our beaker count goes up to. I'm going to guess it'll be around 3,000, roughly, at 100%. Yep, right around 3,000. Okay. So now we do need to run a turn at 0%. Which will, yeah, allow us to run for a while at 100%. And now we get 12 turns of Golden Age. So, poached. There you go. Get that coal plant out. And I think that's it for what we want to whip. Poor Flipper. Well, Flipper can work that tile. So, like, there's just not as much need for whipping once you hit the factory stage. Because, like, if I just work that tile, this city will have, what, 12 base production? That's pretty good. That's enough to do a factory in, you know, a dozen turns. Well, close to that. You get the idea. All right, so we can change civics. So the only one I really want to change is to go into emancipation. Serfdom, I don't really need to build improvements faster. Caste system, I can already run artists and scientists because I've got theaters and libraries. So emancipation it is. Everything else looks good. So cut my costs slightly. Now, I don't have too many cottages that still need to grow, but the ones that aren't towns yet, this will speed them along, like the last remaining ones. So like this one here, will speed that up. It's like a handful of... Actually, if I turn on the yields, I'll be able to see it more easily. But like there are a handful of tiles that are still growing. You get the idea. Okay. Turn the yields off. It's really hard to play the game. Oops. This one. Too much information on the screen at once. A little bit of information overload. Alright, so first things first. I mean, the farm is nice, but the watermill is going to be much nicer. What state property watermills in a golden age are like, WTF, this is ridiculous. Wait, why do these tiles have different yields? Oh, one's a town, one's a watermill. Okay. So the watermill, yeah, the watermills are in the golden age with financial. 4 food, 4 production, 5 commerce. Is that a 4-4-5 tile? Are you kidding me? 4-4-5. Anyway, so yeah, we're not triggering another war. It takes too long. I'm so far ahead in tech. I could easily, like, look, Catherine doesn't even have rifling tech yet. Gilgamesh is on chemistry. Like, obviously, I'm way ahead of these people. Hammurabi doesn't even have rifles yet. Like, yes, I could easily defeat Hammurabi, but it will take hours to do that on stream. And it's not going to be that interesting. Like, anyway, I'm just not up for investing all that time for something that's not all that interesting. Me running over a helpless AI. That's just me. It'll take much less time. Like, physical, actual, real-world time does matter. What's the rebase? Here we go. At least for me it does. Is it possible to get a 5-5-5 tile? Good question. I don't know off the top of my head. Does anyone know? It's an awful lot of food production and commerce to get from one tile. Maybe on a resource tile, this is about as good as I've seen ever in terms of getting all 3 yields. 445 is just insane to get from a tile. Alright, so you guys... Or Great Wall. Yeah, a city like Great Wall really gets helped out by the Golden Age, just because its base production is pretty low. Alright, so once again it wants to do the jail, and I'm going to use the Golden Age to get its coal plant done. Poor fishy. Slowly working on that factory. It is going to finish the factory before the Golden Age is done, though. If it was a banana, How close? So we might be able to flip this tile. I think that we will get this tile eventually, which Ahsoka is building a fort on for God knows what reason. Just because both End of the Line and Green River are putting culture on this tile, so I think we'll get this one in time. This one, yeah, we should get this one too, eventually. So slowly getting more tiles back for End of the Line and Green River. This one too probably should be able to get this one eventually too. We only have 58 culture, but they only have 389. It's actually worthwhile enough that I should build the theater here just to help get that tile. All right, so we definitely need the lab here in the capital. Lab's going to be worth a lot of beakers. So yeah, we have 129 commerce, so you get a quarter of that. So it's like 30-ish beakers per turn just from that one building. Not bad. So obviously we want the lab. I mean, the espionage buildings are nice and all, but the labs are actually significant. Alright, I can get it in 3 turns regardless, so I'll work the scientist. Library here. We'll knock out the supermarket. The supermarket's actually worth +3 food here. +2 from eliminating the health penalty, +1 from the +1 food. So that'll take it from, as I said this earlier, 2 food per turn to 5 food per turn. And that'll help it then grow onto these last remaining tiles. Alright, we finished the library here. I just said do the theater. Should be easy to do. And then we can 1-turn something else afterwards. Might be able to 1-turn the university after that. Coal plant and poached. Oh yeah. So now poached finally has unhealthiness too. But yeah, it doesn't have much base production, does it? This is a city that really does need to work engineer specialists because it just has very, very low production. It's really a shame I have not been able to get control of these tiles back. I'm still kind of shocked I haven't gotten the horses back. I'm still slightly down in culture on this tile. Like, poached, not even having control of its first string tiles is pretty crazy. That city quarry must have a ridiculous amount of culture. 20, 30. Yeah, because both Old Town Road and Poached are putting culture on this tile. I think I'll get some of these back eventually. But, yeah, I mean, that city just has to have all kinds of culture. Alright, meanwhile, continuing to finish up here. Guys, work on this tile. All of these mines do get boosted. Even the gems mines get the +1 production, since they are in fact mine tiles. I never improved this hill here. Huh, I probably should. It'll be worthwhile to fire the scientist specialist and mine this tile. It's a very weak tile, which is why I ignored it earlier, but now I'm at the stage where I should start working it. Labs, Wall Street. Okay, so yeah, want to finish Wall Street there, and then I'll do the lab. Broadway's coming along, Pentagon, more labs, Security Bureau. So yeah, the Golden Age should definitely help here. just continue speeding along. Oh, we actually got a big boost that turn. Must have finished some labs. Mobile artillery. I've almost never gotten to use the mobile artillery, but geez, this is a good unit. It's a siege unit that actually has 2 moves, and that makes all the difference. Your siege stack can actually keep up with your mobile stack. So, like, imagine if your catapults could move at the same speed as, like, your knights. It's pretty ridiculous. But it comes so late in the game, you typically don't ever really get to use it. Alrighty, so I think we need rocketry next, just so we can build the Apollo program and then get started on some of these parts. After that, it's more open to interpretation where to go. I do want to get the space elevator, so I might, after getting rocketry, I'm going to need aluminum. I'll probably need to do industrialism next for aluminum, because it's double speed. So yeah, I have to do industrialism next, but we'll pick up rocketry and then head to industrialism. Just thinking my way through the tech tree. Gems mines are really good, and yes, it was pretty sad that Suleiman couldn't make use. Or no, it was Mehmed. It was Mehmed, not Suleiman. Anyway, so now we can build anti-tank units, which kind of suck, honestly. Can also build artillery. Probably get a couple of those. So I've got the lab done, right? Yeah. Since the supermarket's a 1 turn, I think I might as well do that. Oh, and I forgot I need to workshop that tile. Yay, we finished a wonder! Kremlin! Not going to get much use out of this, but... Oh, you know what? I can use it with uni-suffrage, that's right. I might want to flip into uni-suffrage and cash rush the last spaceship part. But it's going to be obsolete by the time I rush the last spaceship part. Oh well. I'm pretty sure one of the AIs has already researched fascism. So this is one of the most broken wonders in the game. Minus 33% hurry production cost. It means you get 50%. Basically what it means in practical terms is you get 50% more from each population point whipped. Or, yeah, any kind of cash rushing. Cash rushing, pop rushing, you get 50% more. Socialism intensifies. Well said. Let's get that lab up. Socialism intensifies. Yeah, this city might need some more health, but we can do the lab first and worry about the health after that. So now, alright, so now Sydney-on-Sea is like ready to go. We've got the levee and the factory and the coal plant. And of course we're in a golden age, so that makes all this look nicer, obviously. But with that in play, now we can start doing some of the research infrastructure. I mean, look at the commerce here, 81 commerce. Again, we're in a golden age, blah, 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 but not bad, right? So now we want to add the science multipliers to that. This city's looking pretty sharp, too. I've got to improve these last couple tiles here. It's growing super fast, +7 food per turn. So let's just do the observatory then. It's not a great commerce city, but we might as well. And I do want a lab here for spaceship part building. Alright, so we got that. And yes, we did in fact have enough production to 1 turn the university. Nice. You can't use a great engineer. You, at least back in earlier periods of Civ 4, you could cash rush spaceship parts. I believe you can with universal suffrage. But like I said, sadly, the Kremlin's going to obsolete before I really get in a position to do that. So what is it? Rocket? Oh, I almost have an... So I'm just barely short of being able to 2-turn rocketry. Because I'm making like 3,200 beakers. And then I get the 20% bonus research on that. So yeah, I'm going to be like just barely short of 2-turning this. Excuse me. All right, so you can toss down these last few tile improvements. Although first I think I'll have you mine this tile. Right, yeah, so you get up here and workshop this. It'll be done just as the city grows, fortunately. A little bit of good timing. Yeah, so if you want to see how awesome the gems mines are, 2, 3, 8. That's pretty good. Not a bad tile. 2, 3, 8. Alright. Alright, so we got that done. We're going to need a railroad here. Oops. Yeah, you just chill up there. So we might as well get this last tile at the Shire improved. And that mine over here, improve this tile. A little bit more production for Desert Oasis, which will finish Wall Street in between turns. Terror is now slowly starving, but after Broadway finishes, I'll just do the grocer. Yeah, grocer or supermarket, one of the two. Interesting that you need the grocer to do the supermarket. I mean, it makes sense. I actually didn't know that that was a building or a requirement. Projects can't be rushed with great engineers. I could definitely automate the workers to build the rails, but I much prefer to do it myself. Because the AI is not very good. And we'll grow into that tile next. Alright, so we finished the supermarket. And, yeah, boy, this city doesn't have a lot to build, does it? Wow, base production 61. Whew. Not bad as far as cities go. Not too shabby. I can actually one-turn the jail, so I'm going to do that, since I don't need military that badly right now. You, of course, go on to the lab. We'll get the supermarket in a little bit, but the lab first. AI is much more A than I. Well said, new plan. Well said. Plus, I'm a compulsive, like, micromanager and prefer, you know, to control this stuff myself. Is it 5 turns either way? No, I can shave a turn off by working this tile, so go ahead and do that. I still need to get the levee here too, but I want the lab first. Alright. So this city... We'll do the supermarket, I guess. I do need to improve this tile too, because this one... Oh, never mind, I still have a tile to grow onto here, so it's not that urgent. Still have this tile to work on. Alright, No Escape finally is out of its food doldrums and can now go back to doing stuff like the university. It's a great city. I mean, like, all these cities are over 100 beakers. And yes, we're in a golden age, but still. Do the lab. Another city that's got pretty nice commerce output. So we finally wow, look at all the specialists here. Now this is a city that would be... Oh, you know what? This is a city that should probably do Hermitage because it needs the extra culture. We'll see. So we still need the coal plant, although it's starving. So let's solve the starvation first by getting the grocer. I don't want to pile on the coal plant right now and drive it even further into starvation. Although the extra engineer slots would be appreciated. Did I ever... Now, I did not build Sistine Chapel, which would be really nice here. I'd be getting extra culture from all of them. So End of the Line's a little bit further along in its development, since it actually has tiles to work. More tiles, at least. Observatory. Alright, now where was that? There was a city over here, Twin Peaks. I had this tile. And there was another mine over here, too, that I still need the railroad. This tile here. So why don't you come over here and help Twin Peaks then? Because we're going to need to mine that tile. Yeah, so Douglas, I think I had a pretty good starting position overall. Like, I can't really complain too much about this. It was, the one weakness was it didn't have much in the way of strategic resources. That was like the one thing that stood out. And you should finish growing first, then you can work that tile afterwards. Alright, so let's check in on Limegrad, see how it's doing. Alright, still coming along nicely, still growing. I'm going to mine these other hill tiles, even though I'm not going to work them yet, but that'll just be set up for the future. Like, it's going to grow onto this tile next. And again, so it's already up to 46 base production. And I can easily, I mean, okay, again, Golden Age, so it's not going to be that high normally. But again, I still think I can get it up to 50 base production when outside of Golden Age. And now we just got that finished. So this city is 64 base production. Still coming along there. It's a pretty good city. As for Desert Oasis, 128 base commerce. I'll take that. You guys can improve this. That tile's never been roaded. Alright, so we got the watermill done. Nice. Looking good there. How are we doing here? So we're not too close to getting this tile. We're close to this one. This one we're still not that close to. Mine the plain seal at Limagrad. Or lumbermill that last tile there. Oh yeah, I still have one more tile up here. That can be lumbermilled. I was mining this. I'll mine these because they're roaded first, but yeah, that one should probably be lumber milled just because it makes no difference. It's the same production whether it's a lumber mill or a mine. At this stage of the game, it does. Earlier in the game, it's... Oh, and hey, remember how I said we were just short of being able to two-turn rocketry? Well, we actually increased in research capacity enough that we were able to two-turn rocketry. Nice. Now I just have to pick which city to build. I might do it in Endeavor, even though I should probably be building military here. But, you know, I'm #1 in soldiers, and I'm way ahead in tech. Might as well.
The Earth is the cradle of the mind, but one cannot eternally live in a cradle.
We still do need to do combustion at some point, as we're going to need it for oil. Also, it's a requirement anyway. The problem is oil is makes my people super unhealthy. So I've been trying to avoid... I could also research combustion and just not hook up the oil. But in any case, industrialism needs to be next because we need to get aluminum. I also shouldn't bother building... There's no point in working on Apollo program until we get the double production speed with aluminum. So no reason to worry about that. We'll just continue cranking out more espionage buildings for funsies. And you, I think, need to deal with your health issues next. So we might as well do the harbor, and then we can go on to the lab after that, which it's going to take forever to build because this city has no production. Alright, observatory. Do we want to go to the... Is there anything I want to do before the lab? I don't think so. Like, I still haven't even gotten the stock exchange here, but there's not that much need for it. Rocketry before combustion would be a very weird tech path indeed. Is there a railroad on east of the tile above Hill of Swords? I'll check that in just a minute once I'm done. So finish the lab here. 200 beakers per turn in this city. What a nice city Oxford is. Really nice stuff. Alright, so let's deal with your health issues. You can't really grow any further, but you could grow onto specialist tile. Grow and work more specialists. University here. Or no, that was a library, so now we'll do university. It's nice to be philosophical and get those cheap universities. They're normally very expensive to build. Alright, Sandstorm. You might as well do your lab too. Okay, so east on the hill, east of the tile above Hill of Swords. I think all the tiles here are railroaded that have mines on them. Gilgamesh Science. Can I cancel my defensive pact with Catherine yet? Active. Can be canceled next turn. I only agreed to it because she would have been furious at me if I hadn't. Didn't want to take the Diplo penalty with her. Oops, I meant to hit select all. Little fumble of the keys there. Where are they? I meant to just do this. Yeah, this is in fact no, it's not railroaded, huh? I am mistaken. That is not actually railroaded. I apologize. I was wrong on that. That was my bad. Thank you for pointing that out. Railroad. Okay, so we don't have enough to do industrialism in 2 turns. Industrialism is a very expensive tech, 10,000 beakers. So we'll need to spend a turn on 0% research, and we probably, well, I'll do it next turn. Doesn't really matter that much which turn it is. I guess technically it's better to do it this turn because I have labs in production, and it's better to run 100% research when the labs are finished. So it actually makes more sense to do that now. So yeah, we're just burning through the tech tree at this point. I was thinking it was going to take like several more. I was thinking it might take like another 2 sessions to finish off this game, but it looks like we might even be able to finish today. We'll see. See how fast it goes, but we're really burning through the tech tree. All these golden ages help a ton. All right, so I can't do the security bureau in 1 turn because I have no overflow. So watch this. We're just going to build a couple units here, and then we'll use because like one of the fundamental limitations of Civ 4 is you can only build 1 thing in each city per turn. So like we'll build something cheap and we'll build up some overflow, and then we'll 1 turn the security bureau. Brexit will be complete next week. No. All right, finished a lab here, causing the city to be unhealthy. So supermarket next. Supermarket in Twin Peaks. All right, so remember, Twin Peaks is another production city, low commerce capacity. But what we do want to build a lab here because we might want to. There's a decent chance we might want to build like a thruster, a spaceship thruster here later. So let's knock out the research buildings, and we'll all get a minuscule amount of extra research out of it too. So again, just most of these cities are just knocking out research buildings as fast as they can. Boy, end of the line is, wow, 48 base production here. I know it'll be lower out of the golden age still. We're actually making money at 80% science. So our break even is like 3,000 beakers per turn. But obviously we're going to run with 100%. Just get the most possible. I'm trying to think where else. Most of the work is done at this point. But there is a little bit more to be done around Sandstorm, so I think I'm going to shift these 2 over back in this direction. This tile would be good to road, just to speed things up. And then you come down here and connect this. Otherwise, we've almost got everything connected. There is no world wrap on this map. This is like literally a flat Earth. Like the whole flat Earth thing is really silly, but this is legitimately on like a flat Earth here. So we're halfway through the golden age. How are we doing on espionage now? So now we're getting to the point where we can easily see everyone's demos. Who has the least? So Catherine has the least. We can easily see her research. It's still a long time before we have city visibility, though. Still, doesn't hurt to keep stacking up these points. We'll get to the point where we'll be able to see everyone's research eventually. Although, so far, Hammurabi, Ahsoka, Gilgamesh, Huayna Capac have all still... See how it's still over 100%? They've still picked up more total espionage points over the whole game than I have. Like here, if you look at their espionage, geez, Gilgamesh apparently just had ridiculous amounts of espionage the whole game. Like, you can see I'm accelerating here, but they still are ahead of me in a lot of ways. The AI just loves its espionage. It's pretty silly, but the AI just is obsessed with it. See, there was just another one. I mean, they waste it, right? Like, they will accumulate espionage points, then burn them on these missions that are largely pointless. So yeah, we're basically guaranteed another golden age because we just need the engineer from Fusion, and then that'll be enough because we just need a 4th one. We're not going to get the five great person golden age. That's almost impossible to get unless you're really doing weird stuff. Anyway, so here's the capital. The capital's basically built everything at this point. Like, I guess I could knock out these temples, but that's pretty pointless. The stables are going to obsolete. Bunkers, bomb shelters. Yeah, I mean, not much more to do. So what we can do now is we can go wealth, and note that that cuts our cost by 100 per turn. So we'll just run wealth for the time being. Is this down to 1 turn? All right, so now we can 1 turn the security bureau. So we got the lab done here, supermarket. That'll get it out of. It'll actually let the city grow again. It'll be nice to grow into this tile. This is a decent tile with the levee and railroad. It becomes an okay tile. Jail. Should have been doing that lab. At least the lab can finish before the golden age ends. And let's go back to working that. All right, lab here. Now you need health. That can 1 turn the supermarket. Nice. Like I said, some of these cities can start going over to, are just about done building everything and then can just go over to wealth. So the rice has gone back to fishy. I thought I sent the rice back to fishy. Did I forget to do that? I may have forgotten to do that. So we finished the lab here too. All right, so what do we still need? I guess the aqueduct, just to deal with the health. Oh, I never gave the... All right, yeah. I never gave that back to fishy. Whoops. All right, yeah. So victory is starving, but it's only losing 1 food per turn, so not a big deal. Also, I swear to God, if you're going to run that spy specialist... Yeah. Freaking spy specialist. Yeah, and it's spy specialist. Rebase over to Flipper, which is all. Wait, Flipper's up to size 5? Oh man, I gotta get it some more tiles to work. It just barely is. I kind of forgot about this city, but it's coming along pretty decently, all things considered. Just in case we'd ever grow to the point that we need to work that tile. Alright, yeah, so we've basically worked all the tile. Oh, Green River's now finally hit the point where it's really out of tiles to work. Oh, I should have sent this over to Flipper. Oh, well. All right, yeah, we've pretty much got the rail net built at this point, so a lot of these workers are going to be able to go to sleep, and just that'll be it. Because like I'm not going to need to build a road on every single tile. I used to do that when playing by myself in like single player mode. A variant success, you had to trigger 5 golden ages. Yeah, you basically have to, and that was not expansion Civ 4. That was pre-expansion. So in order to get that, you had to get literally the 5 golden age types. Not like there were no great spies at the time, so you literally had to get all 5 for the last golden age, plus 4 of the 5 for the previous golden age. And it was also at the time where you didn't get the plus 100%. Great person generation in a golden age, so that made it harder too. One easy way to get more tiles to work, yeah, by going to war with one of these other clowns. Alright, so Endeavor... Can't remember what I just finished here. An espionage building, I think. Anyway, so we're going to do the Apollo program, but we're waiting for aluminum to get connected. We should be able to connect it next turn, so we'll just turn out some infantry for the time being. Top unit buildable at the moment. Alright, let's get the harbor. Supermarket here. Yeah, there's basically nothing else to build here. We've got everything we need. So for the time being, we'll go over to Wealth and Hidden Valley. More turns spent on 100% research. Less times having to drop this, run a turn of gold. Similar story here. There's not a lot more for the city to do, but it can do the espionage building, so go ahead and do that just because. Alright, you, of course, are going to need to deal with your unhealthiness. You're up to 170 beakers. So supermarket. Boy, these supermarkets have been... You know, I haven't had the opportunity to use supermarkets too much in the past. But they've been really good in this game. Also, the Shire now is apparently has enough production to actually do a factory. Finally. Oxford's almost out of its food deficit. I'll just one turn the courthouse. Very cheap build. Not that it's going to make a huge difference at this point. Alright, you are definitely need your supermarket to deal with that unhealthiness. So we finished the grocer here. I actually think I'd prefer the artist because I'm trying to get control of more of these tiles. Alright, now you can do the coal plants because you're out of your deficit. Alright, so we've got starvation here, unhealthiness. Also, you can get this tile back because you're a much better city than poor Flipper. So you might as well do the supermarket. Alright, Flipper. Let's help this city out. It can improve. We can improve these tiles over here, so let's do that. First up, let's farm this tile. And then I'll mine those tiles, and the city is not going to be a very strong city, but it'll be better than nothing. Yeah, so I think that's most of... Now, that's right, I brought these units over here because I wanted to help out at Sandstorm. There's enough food here. Now, it looks like this city has no food, but that's because it's at a terrible health deficit. It actually has plenty of food. I guess I'll farm this and then workshop those two tiles, just because. One more farm, just to give myself a little bit more leeway for safety's sake. And you guys need to finish... Oh, did I finish that? Okay. And then we're pretty much done over here. I think we've improved like all the tiles. Just about, anyway. Can mine that tile, but I don't think the city's going to reach a point where it needs it. Mostly just finished up improving the terrain now, including with railroads. 3,500 beakers right now. Wow, we're really humming along. Now I'm going to need workers to mine wherever the aluminum pops up. Should be at least one source in my territory.
For the industrialist, and that is, make the best quality of goods possible at the lowest cost possible, paying the highest wages possible.
Next goal is probably to get the space elevator in play, but of course, in order to get there, I need to get plastics, and that's right here. So let's do combustion, which is apparently a one-turn research, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I could build tanks if I hooked up oil. The thing is, I'm going to get a lot of unhealthiness the second I hook up oil. You can see I can also build industrial parks, which add an extra engineer at the cost of even more unhealthiness. So, put you on infantry for now. Be ready to swap you over if we can get some aluminum connected. All right, Desert Oasis, out of stuff to build at this point. It's pretty much set. I'm not going to build an industrial park. Industrial parks are usually not that worthwhile. A lot of extra unhealthiness just for one engineer. One engineer is not all that great. So go over to wealth. Lab here. Hill of Swords. Still doesn't have a levee, so let's get that in place. Oh, we built the Pentagon. So now all the units come out with 10 XP out of our heroic epic city, thanks to having West Point and double great generals. So Pentagon's really nice. You get a 2 XP units with just a barracks. You don't have to go into theocracy and vassalage. Of course, alternately, you go barracks plus Pentagon plus vassalage plus theocracy, 9 XP units in every city. Pretty sweet. If you have yeah, so you can do some pretty good stuff with it. All right, you work that tile instead. So, oh yeah, wow, we got a lot of overflow from that, apparently. It's too bad I don't have another wonder to go on to. Alright, well you can do the industrial plant, because you're big-time production city. And you still don't have a hospital or aqueduct yet, so you can do the industrial plant. That's one city where it's appropriate. No, there's not really a need to hook up the oil at the moment. I mean, I don't need it for anything spaceship related. I just need it if I end up doing any fighting. But as long as no one's fighting me, I don't really need it. Kind of get by without it. So this has been a really useful golden age because I was able to get a laboratory built in all of my key cities during this golden age. So it was definitely a good time to pop that golden age. Now, it wouldn't have been a good call if I didn't have another golden age in reserve, but since I do have another one in my back pocket, it's I think it was pretty good timing to get all the labs built. And of course it helped all my new cities too to get through these. Again, Twin Peaks is basically a military city, but I do want the ability to put spaceship parts in there. So apparently I don't have aluminum already connected, like it's not showing up in the city list, so it's not like underneath a city or something. Hopefully it's somewhere in my territory. I'm going to be annoyed if I have like a third of the map. If there is 0 aluminum anywhere in my territory, I'm going to be pretty annoyed. So do we have anyone? Boy, this city's still unhealthy. Oh, it's because of the floodplains. That's why it's unhealthy. Yeah, it doesn't like those floodplains. Alright, so we'll do the stock exchange, and then after that we'll do the hospital. Observatory, yep, this city's just growing. I do want to get more health in here, but let's do the lab first. Keep pushing that science ever higher. So we got the supermarket, back up to +7 food per turn. We're fine on health at the moment. We've got apparently a lot of religions in this city, interestingly enough. So I guess we'll do the espionage stuff next. Ah, crud. Why did I move the workers away from the aluminum? Is that the only source of aluminum anywhere in my territory? Well, I'm glad I have one. Not a big game for resources. Oh, there's one on this... Oh, if I'd founded that city, I would have had it connected instantly. Guess what? Guess what this spearman's guarding? The defender of the aluminum. Oh boy. Alright, well, we do have aluminum, thank goodness. That would be really awkward if that was my aluminum and it was in Gilgamesh's borders. And we'd have to fight him for it, thank goodness. Alright, but I do need to go connect it. So let's... I stupidly moved workers off that tile. Alright, let's get you onto a more important task. So I do have workers in the area, it's just a matter of moving them over there. Alright, good. I can put them on this tile and then rail over there next turn. Okay. So yeah, we will be able to pick that up shortly. Alright, I don't really have a place for you, just go over to the actual border. You come on over here. You guys are still finishing up over here. Alright, so we will have aluminum. That's pretty annoying, but we will have access to it. By the way, I'm wondering if I can get to 4,000 beakers by the end of this golden age. I think it might be close. I can't rename the Barbarian Spear. I got some tiles from Ahsoka last turn. You are right. Thank you for spotting that. So we're going to have to shift over here. Yeah, this tile, this fort tile we picked up. So yeah, we can... definitely drop a workshop on that tile. I'll have to grab these workers and have them do it. Because this will give Flipper another tile to work, and then all these dudes can shuffle over there. This guy can come down and finish the farm, and then they'll shuffle over and get to that tile. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand. The AIs... See, this is why I don't automate the workers, because they do stuff like that. It doesn't make any sense.
Everything in life is somewhere else, and you get there in a car.
So if we go to fur obsoletes... yeah. We also could get the full world map by going to satellites, but again, I want to get to the space elevator first. Now, is robotics actually a required tech? I don't think there's any spaceship parts here, but it really does help speed along. So I guess robotics is technically not required to launch the spaceship, but it's usually better. Robotics just has the elevator, yeah. Is that actually faster in the long run? Good question. We'll do radio next. It's also cheaper. I would like to get the Eiffel Tower, and it wouldn't hurt having another wonder to build there. All right, yeah. So again, there's not much point in working on this until after the aluminum's connected. Just gonna try to build up a lot of overflow here. Like, just build up to max overflow here. Alright, you can do the customs house, I think, because you've solved your health issues for the moment. So we finished the industrial park here. Now we're unhealthy again. But that's where we've got the aqueduct and the hospital to work on. There's the free engineer, by the way. We can actually one-turn the hospital, so let's do that. And we did finally finish Broadway. One of these cities will be able to do Eiffel Tower, and the other can do rock and roll after we finish. So, gives us a happiness resource to replace the fact that furs and ivory are going obsolete. Alright, so you need health because you're starving. Although the grocer's probably a better way to get that. Alright, jail. And I was doing the espionage buildings there. Alright, lab. Where's our supermarket? Here we go. Get you out of unhealthiness. Otherwise, this city looks good. Yeah, this city is pretty darn strong, isn't it? Still a little bit of unhealthiness. Why is it so unhealthy? What am I missing here? Oh, I don't have the aqueduct. I was going to say, because I have the supermarket, but I don't have the aqueduct or the hospital. Let's do the aqueduct then. Alright, we should do the stock exchange. Supermarket. And what was I working on here? I already did all the research buildings. So we might as well do the courthouse then. Just keep cutting our maintenance costs. Alright, these other two come over here. No, don't destroy the forge. So we're starting to get missionaries from Ahsoka. That's why we've gotten Hinduism popping up in our territory. Alright, so
What do you need?
I'm going to need 3 workers to road that tile next turn, and then the others can mine it immediately thereafter. Alright. So now one other thing I'm going to need to do is I'm also going to need to road all of these forests because I'm probably going to look to chop them later. And this tile does still need to be improved. Like, I don't know if this is going to, what city that forest would go to, but I want to road these anyway just so I can come and chop them potentially later on. You might as well just put a railroad on that tile. Alright. Mine on a plain salt Watt Pass. I will take a look. Demand, no. He's not going to like it, but he already dislikes me, so I don't really care. Babylon is actually on my border. Yeah, so see how I'm capped on overflow? So this is good. I can start Apollo program this turn. Wait, what is that we just finished? See, I kind of go off of like the little sound effect that plays, and I can't recall what that is. Oh, we can also now build public transportation. That's good. Although it doesn't do that much. It basically, public transportation cancels out the unhealthiness from oil. Pretty much what it does. Alright, so Laimagrad, this city I would like to build one of the wonders, probably Eiffel Tower, but that's still one turn away from finishing. So we'll use the one turn to build, I don't know, knock out something. Give ourselves a lot of overflow, so do like the library. This should give us plenty of production overflow. Now you can do the lab. So I don't think we're going to get to 4,000 beakers in the Golden Age, but we are going to be very close when it ends. So not bad. I mean, I'm going to be sad when it ends, but so we've got now the coal plant. Let's do well, no, let's avoid starving first. The supermarket to avoid starvation. Courthouse here. We're fine on health for the moment, so let's do stuff like stock exchange. Oh, Flipper! Yay, Flipper! Look, it's actually coming along decently. It's not a terrible city. Very, very slowly working on its infrastructure. All right, let's do the most important thing this turn, which is to get that aluminum connected. 1, 2, 3. Now the railroad's there. Now you guys can come up here and mine. I believe I have enough workers to mine it. If not, I can shift that dude that's on the other hill tile. But I think I have enough to connect it. So I think it takes 5. There we go. All right, now we've got the aluminum. 7 production, 2 commerce, but no food. I'd probably rather have this city just keep growing on water tiles than work that. All right, so now the Apollo program. I will just manually update. So now the Apollo program is down to 7 turns because we get the plus 100%. All right, so why did the hell at Watt Pass? Where was Watt Pass? I can't remember where all my cities are. Here we go. Yes, correct. Good call. We need a worker for that tile. Let's get one of these guys to come over here, or 2. Usually you want workers to operate in pairs. So they got the workshop done. Nice. There we go. That's looking better there. Still keeping those artists running. And yeah, Eiffel Tower would be really nice for those broadcast towers. So next up, let's start mining this. So where does this chop go? All right, so see, this forest does go to Laimagrad. So we're going to railroad it. I'm going to put a little note on this tile just so I know that that forest chop does go to Laimagrad. Like this one does as well, right? Yep. So we can use this for spaceship chopping later on. For like the last spaceship part. This one does, of course. Well, this is in the city's territory, so we need to lumber mill that. So city's up to size 14 at the moment. Actually, you know what? I want the city to keep growing, so let's do public transit, because it'll get rid of that health penalty. That's more important than the library right now. Also, do that. We wouldn't need more food. The last tiles we work are the ones with 0 food. Because it's still at +4, and then the public transit will get it to +5 food per turn. And that'll be enough probably to grow into both of those tiles before the game comes to an end. Base production 56. Alright, so we are almost out of the Golden Age. more enemy spies doing nonsense.
You know, her life was saved by rock and roll.
Alright, so... Interesting that the Eiffel Tower puts a free broadcast tower in every city, and that's before you even have broadcast towers. Broadcast towers are nice, plus 50% culture, and of course lets you put more cities, more people turn into artists, and also extra happiness from hit musicals, hit singles, hit movies. Usually in single player you can land Eiffel Tower, because if you're not ahead at this stage of the game, you're probably not going to win. This is pretty late in the game. Alright, I'm just trying to think what order I want to go through. Genetics will be the last tech. I guess robotics, I guess. Again, just because so we can do the space elevator. So we got to do plastics first. This will let us do Three Gorges Dam, so that would be nice. We can then replace all our coal plants with Three Gorges Dam. That Three Gorges Dam is super expensive, though. I have to put a city that's not crucial on that. Alright, so you I want to do... geez, 5 turns Eiffel Tower, man. Christo Redentor, not super valuable for me because I already am spiritual. But it does let you switch civics every single turn if you're spiritual instead of every 5 turns. Still not that useful here. So, Eiffel Tower there. Terror can do rock and roll because it doesn't have anything else like too pressing to work on. And you can finish out with the espionage buildings. Yeah, this city... Alright, so we've got a worker coming over here. Courthouse. Keep cutting into our maintenance costs. So we finally... This is one of the last cities to get a lab done. Isengard. And it doesn't have anything else super critical to work on just yet. It's okay on health for the moment, so let's do the stock exchange then. Liz... Oh no, I'm not... You're right, I'm not spiritual. Why am I thinking I'm spiritual? Financial, philosophical. I must have been playing another... I don't... Just brain fart there. Yeah, so on release, Christo Redentor, it just... You could change civics at any point in time forever. So you could, at the start of the turn, flip into slavery, slave cities, then flip into nationalism, draft your cities, then flip into something else. Like, you could literally flip endlessly. It now has been changed such that you can only change civics once per turn for free. But yeah, it's still quite good, especially if you're not spiritual. It's quite good. All right, so do this. Stock exchange there. Might as well do the market too, although the city does have plenty of happiness. Still, might as well. And then I can do the espionage buildings. Alright, look at all the workers teaming up there. So we've got Eiffel Tower under construction there, Apollo program under construction, Desert Oasis can do something. Actually, in one of the smaller cities that's not as crucial, like Hidden Valley maybe, or how much production does this city have? 31 base? Maybe not. What are my production cities? Terror and Limograd. Okay. Twin Peaks. Maybe Twin Peaks can do that wonder. Alright. See this big... Oh, whoops, what the? Why did it pull away from those workers? Anyway. So we got the big crowd of workers here. I'm going to have them go to the Limograd region just because I'll need to chop there eventually. And otherwise I'm going to put them to sleep because I think I'm just about done. Most of the cities are pretty much finished. Alright, there we go. And as I said before, I don't need to cover the land on every single tile. So this is our last turn of Golden Age. We got up to 3,800 beakers while we were in this Golden Age. Not bad. And we don't have too many more techs yet to go. Just in the process of wrapping up. We only have about 8 or 9 techs more to go. So looking pretty good here. Let's see. So the city needs a supermarket. Let's see. So we're still at 3,400 beakers even without the Golden Age. That's pretty good. And this city, it's okay on health. Not a ton more for it to do. I guess we can do the espionage buildings, but we don't really need to. Like, I guess we just might as well for lack of other stuff to build. So we lost this tile. We're actually not even gaining culture here. We're actually losing ground. So why don't you do the theater to help with that? Still not even gaining ground against Wynacott back up there. Pretty crazy. This city, though, just kind of finishing up with its infrastructure. So we finally got Oxford back to healthy status. Took a while, thanks to all those floodplains. It still has espionage buildings to do, too, but that's about it. I mean, we may as well. I guess we could run more wealth, but... Alright, you need the supermarket. Oh, look at this. We actually got this. So look, it looks like our cultural game plan's working. Look at this. We stole this tile away from green. Stole this tile away. Nice. Yeah, the AI is not great late in the game. You can start making progress later on in the game. And here we still have all the research buildings to knock out too. I'm kind of surprised that I'm able to get control of this tile, but I guess Hyderabad's culture isn't that impressive. Still, we'll take it. So not quite able to finish out that 5-turn Eiffel Tower, unfortunately. Oh yeah, this tile still needs to be railroaded. But I do think at this point I've got pretty much all the tiles covered. You can just come hang out with these other guys. Good question. How much espionage would I get at 100% on the slider? 2,300 if I wanted to run at full blast. I would put 400 espionage points against everyone. That would be pretty amusing. Otherwise, yeah, I'm still getting 78 points per person per turn. So whose research can I see right now? I can see Gilgamesh, Kathy, and Hammurabi. Can't see the 2 game leaders for the AIs, Ahsoka and Wynacott. But I can see the others. Gilgamesh, Catherine's only on military science. She's really far behind. Like, really far behind. If we're curious about demos, now that we're out of the Golden Age, so I'm not first in military, but I'm second. That production is really lopsided. GNP is pretty lopsided, too. Definitely first in land area by a lot. I mean, this is true. The AI is bad, but the early game bonuses are overwhelming. It's true. I mean, look, the AI is not good. A skilled player is obviously way better. But with that said, the AI is good enough to beat most people at Civ 4. The default difficulty is Noble, and Noble's good enough to beat most players, honestly. I'm just not going to bother with the coal plants. I'm just going to get what I can. Actually, I should probably try to do the lab. Even though it's not going to finish. Probably not going to finish before the game's over. It's worth a shot. Alright, Twin Peaks, pretty good city. 34 base production. That's not bad. I can convert this over into a workshop because the city's not going to have to grow any further. You can do the Christo Redentor. Good project for you because you don't have anything else too important to do. And you need more health, so you do need to do the hospital. No escape. Worth a lot of 71 base commerce now out of the Golden Age. Not bad. Alright, Watt Pass can do the customs house. That'll bring in some more trade route income. I'm actually getting a ton of money from trade routes in this game. One of the reasons why being peaceful is actually helping me quite a bit due to all that trade route income. This city, yeah, and I need to finish up with workshops on those tiles. Market, it doesn't need health at the moment, so espionage buildings, it looks like. How's Flipper doing? Oh, we popped a resource, apparently. Oh, popped it at Endeavor. Okay, because Endeavor needed more production. Endeavor. Oh, and geez, and the city grew. I've got to mine that tile. Here we go. You know, you think you're done with improving tiles, and then the game goes and does stuff like that. So is this also... No, this is... See, this goes to Terror. This doesn't go to Limograd. That's unfortunate. Alright, what was... No, geez, there was something I just said I was going to do. Limograd. Got some more forests for the future to work on here. Barb Spear still guarding the aluminum, yeah. Alright, those guys can all hang out there for future chopping duty as needed. Oh yeah, I was gonna turn this into a workshop. That's right. I said I could replace one of those farms. That was what I was thinking. And yeah, I have cities, these cities, right, and over here a sandstorm. Thanks for the reminder. Flipper is about to run out of tiles. I'll probably have to convert one or two of these farms into workshops, because it's just about done growing. Alright. So yeah, these workers will mine that, and then they'll get the last two tiles for Sandstorm, which is also about to grow.
I just want to say one word to you, just one word. Plastics.
Yeah, look at the trade route income with the customs house. With the plus 50% for harbor. I don't know what the 10% for 10% for population is. It means it's a larger enemy city. Connected to capital, 100% for foreign trade, 150% for sustained peace. Like, that's a lot of money. That's 23 commerce just from the trade routes. So, yeah, so this city is just about out of stuff to build too. We'll do the supermarket just because, but, oh, you know what? We should be working this tile here. Keep growing onto those water tiles. All right, Old Town Road. Time to run those artist specialists and see if you can flip some of these tiles back. There's very little else for you to build. Like, it doesn't really matter how quickly you build this market. Pretty much out of useful stuff to build at this point. So, courthouse done. Stock exchange next. Also, there's not really much of a rush on that stock exchange. You are also almost out of stuff to build. A lot of these cities are finishing up with pretty much everything, and then they'll be able to just go straight wealth after that. Allow me to just run 100% science indefinitely soon. Alright, so you need the espionage buildings. This could be a decent place to build spaceship parts too. At least the cheaper ones. Same story here. Fine. Alright, that gets Flipper another tile to work. Oh, is that actually it? Well, that was a fast turn. I guess I didn't have much to do that turn. I was like, I guess that's it. Can't build the spaceship parts yet because we're still working on Apollo. Although that won't take too much longer. And then I can build the thrusters. Then I'll pick up robotics and then go composites. I do have to build five casings. And then maybe we'll backtrip for satellites. And Fiber optics and genetics. Oh, and I've got to get the... Oh, I got to go for the engines, too. I got to remember, the engines are very expensive. Actually, the composites can probably wait until the end, because the composites are cheap. They're only effectively 600 production, so they're pretty cheap. Yeah. Robotics, and then we'll probably need to go for fusion after that, because those engines are really expensive. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this. Aluminum we can make synthetically here in the modern world, but aluminum was super rare and before people could make it synthetically. It was more valuable than gold in like medieval times. It was very, very rare and super valuable. All right, so what were we building here? I guess I could, the Three Gorges Dam, but I think that the game would be over before I got much use out of Three Gorges Dam, even though it's a very nice wonder. So Hill of Swords, basically done with all of its infrastructure. It's solved its health problem. So like a lot of these other cities, it just knocks out espionage stuff. Here we finished the Security Bureau, so now we've got that 52 espionage points per turn. So, oh, jeez. Wow. Okay, 44 per turn. Thank you for the spy specialist. And that's it. There's nothing more to build here, so we'll go send it over to wealth. Basically, the rule is run wealth until you can get your costs down to zero gold per turn, so you can just run 100% science indefinitely. If you get to that point and you still have more cities left over, then start building beakers. But first up, you want to go... here we can build another customs house. But first up, you want to get it so you can just run 100% wealth indefinitely. That's always the first goal. All right. Come on over here. Workshop. So I did manage to get this. All right, so there you go. 57 base production. And I think that's all the tiles here that are... Oh, you know what? I never improved this, did I? Never got the gems mine. Oh, there's 2 workers there. I thought there was only 1. Okay, so this... That's right, that one goes to Terror. Forgot about that. What tiles is Lyimograd working anyway? So it's still unhealthy, geez. Gotta get that aqueduct done after Eiffel Tower. Still unhealthy. There we go. That's better. Keep that food surplus up. Yeah, these are the last ones for it to grow onto. Still, look at that production. 45 base. And that's not working these. So, you know, if it picks up these 2 tiles, 55 base. And then I'll be able to lumber mill this. So if I can somehow get a few more population points... of course, I can also just do this, right? If I really want to pump up the production... Send it into starvation, but hopefully we can avoid that. Yeah, if I could get it to size 17 for 55 base production, that would be pretty sweet. I'd be pretty happy with that. Watermill at Endeavor too. No, I already have water. Oh, I guess I could put a watermill on that tile. Yeah, I could watermill that tile. You're right. Convert it from a farm. It would only lose 1 food. And it can't grow, it literally can't work any more tiles. So yeah, I should also watermill that. That's a great suggestion. Just a better tile overall. Alright, so we're finally going to have to run a turn of 0% research.
Never trust a computer you can't throw out a window.
And robotics is only 3... You know what? So I'm actually researching like as fast as a deity AI would. Like, you know how when we do the Civ 4 AI Survivor, at the end of the game, the AIs, if they've gotten like really big and strong, they can knock out like robotics in 3 turns. And that's basically where I am right now. So I'm like as strong as a lot of the deity AIs are. Granted, I don't have the 10,000 units that they would have, but at least in terms of research capacity, I'm pretty equal with where they are. So we'll do the Security Bureau, and then that's probably it. And go over to Wealth after that. Look at that. 8 commerce from a trade route. Not too shabby. Oh, we can also do the internet. Love the fact that the icon for the internet is a photo of Al Gore. Even though that's unfair to Al Gore because he never claimed that he invented the internet, people just said that he claimed that. But still, it's a great joke. That the icon is Al Gore's picture for the internet. Also, the internet's not useful for us. Grants any technology acquired by any two known civilizations. We're way out in front of the AIs, so we're never going to have to worry about... It's not going to be useful for us, so... Anyway, still, let's convert this over to a scientist specialist, and I guess we'll do the market, just because why not? And here we're just wrapping up with the espionage stuff. Also, I don't need all those engineers. I literally don't even have anything to build, so I want scientists for the 6 speakers. So we're getting a lot of espionage points now as these cities run out of useful stuff to build and just work on the espionage. All right, library. So we finally got the levee done. So like we finally have our production capacity up here. This little city that has very little territory is up to 29 base production, and then it's doubled from the factory and power plant. So we can now finally get back to doing the library and the university, etc. What are we up to now? Now we're up to 100 espionage points per turn. Not bad. And note that these percentages are dropping, except for Ahsoka, who's apparently running the espionage slider. He is obviously either that or he's building all the same structures in his cities. Anyway, so I finally am going to cancel this defensive pact, which I meant to cancel immediately, but just forgot about it. 35. So sadly, we have to run 0% gold, but that'll get us enough to run 100% research for quite a while afterwards. Anyway, you guys come over here and hang out with this bunch, this fun-loving bunch of workers. All right. So 3 turns to get the watermill done. So this, of course, will chop into Lymagrad. Yeah. So here we go. Just marking the tiles down for my future reference. So note that the Forest Hill lumber mill is the same yield as a mined tile. The reason why you typically don't see this is usually you're better off chopping down the forest, just because that one-time infusion of production is more valuable than saving. But you can, they do ultimately get the same yield in the end. All right, there we go. And we just need to workshop this tile too. All right. So we're going to have some stuff finishing. Eiffel Tower and Apollo program are both almost done. I love that I get the enemy message from that barbarian unit every single turn. If I get to, at the end of the game, I'll see if I can build a bomber and just kill that unit. I believe bombers can kill units, if I remember correctly. Anyway, Isengard. I guess Isengard's at the point, well, I was going to say it's at the point where I'm doing espionage buildings, but let's get the health knocked out first. Because it is actually at a food deficit. Or not a food deficit. Alright, here we go again. 3,500 beakers. I'm assuming this also goes to Lymagrad, yes. I don't know where else the chop would go. Technically, I could even pre-chop these tiles, but for now, I'm just going to build roads on them. Railroads. Bombers can't kill... It's not Civ 3. Okay. I think I'd have to build a cruise missile to kill that unit. Are cruise missiles in this game? Guided missile. I think that I could kill it with a guided missile. Could I do that? Is that an option? No, I didn't build public transportation in the capital. You're right. And that would get it out of starvation. Good suggestion. Yeah, I'll have to do this as soon as the Apollo program's done. At least if don't have spaceship parts to build. Oh yeah, you're right. It needs more food, not more health. Oh well, it was a good suggestion. So back to wealth it is. Alright, we did finish Apollo program. So what spaceship parts can we build? Let's knock out some of the thrusters first. So some of these cities that are just like wasting their time can build these thrusters. Like this, well, this city can still do espionage buildings, I guess. Not that that's really doing much of anything. Alright, Lying-Magrad finished the Eiffel Tower. Lying-Magrad is, I believe, the spot I'm going to try to do the space elevator. Hopefully it's at a latitude where it can build the space elevator. Just give it back the rice from Fishy. Alright, so this is going to help our cultural efforts to steal tiles away from the AI. So broadcast tower in every city, plus 50% culture, basically. Alright. Even the thrusters take 6 turns. Yeah, the spaceship parts do take a while, don't they? Alright, so I don't want to have this doing a thruster because I'm going to have the city... go right onto the space elevator, hopefully. Hopefully the space elevator. So I will try to have some other cities work on the thrusters. I'm just going to cycle through these cities first, and then I'll decide where to build the parts after I'm like out of this. All right, so we're back to starvation here. I think we need the grocer first. Library, university. Yeah, look at that culture there. 40 per turn. Not bad. Alright, so we've got 5 thrusters to build. Let's see where we can do that. So Desert Oasis can definitely do one. Or, wow, damn, these things are expensive, aren't they? Or maybe not, actually. Well, we can try it there. Capital, definitely. 9 turns. So Lying-Magrad, Twin Peaks is working on that. This city here. Pretty decent production capacity. Yeah, the spaceship parts are not cheap to build. That gets me all but 1. So Hidden Valley, I guess you're tabbed to do the last one here. Note that with me dropping wealth builds, it takes quite a bit longer. So this is also Lying-Magrad. Lying-Magrad's also a good place to chop because I get the most modifiers here. I get the 50, 50, 100 because I've got the ironworks. So Spy Specialist in Desert Oasis. Okay, thanks for spotting that. Yeah, so that gets it down. All right, I was going to say, I thought that Desert Oasis could build things a little bit faster. Man, AI and its Spy Specialists. Alright. So we did... is there any other tiles to improve here? I guess it's just anything we managed to culturally steal over there. Still, for the time being, let's just keep these workers grouped up together. At least the turns are going fast now that I don't have a gazillion workers to move around every turn. Yeah, so we've got all 5 thrusters in production, right? Like, I can't assign another one. Wait, hold on. Do I have all 5 in production? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I've got all 5 in production. Okay. By the way, how's Fishy doing at this point? So Fishy it needs to grow one more time, because this is like the last good tile, and then after that it doesn't really need to grow anymore. These 1 commerce tiles are not very useful. More idiot spies doing stuff. Yeah, so Dune doesn't really have that much production, so instead of trying to do the spy buildings, I think I'm just going to put it on wealth for right now. Just doesn't have that much production. But it's been a great city. I mean, no food resources at all, unless you want to count the spice tile that's 3 food as a resource, food resource. It's been a great city, though, and it still has room to grow, just growing onto these water tiles. Alright, so we got the aqueduct done. I want to get a lot of overflow next turn going into... So I'm going to do the library this turn. Oh, and I forgot that city doesn't have a... that city... I need to get a lab in that city for a spaceship part building. I forgot I didn't put a lab in there. That was probably a mistake. I should have done that. Oh well. Meanwhile, this city, yeah, this city is on spy specialist, or not spy specialist, espionage building times. All right. The water cities have a little bit more to build because they can put harbors and custom houses up. Courthouse sounds good. Just keep growing onto more water tiles. Alright. Oh, you know what? This city should be building a spaceship part. Oh well, I'll get one of the next spaceship parts here. Sandstorm's, 43 base production. This is a good city. Also, I can, now that the city's at the happiness, or it's grown as high as it can. We should get the hospital, though. I can workshop some of those tiles. So this city's at 40, maxed out its espionage, too. Alright, so this city's just about done. Let's just do the aqueduct, so that, because it's about to become unhealthy. Oh, and we can mine and we can improve that tile, too, instead of running the engineer specialist. Get a little bit more production. Okay. So there's still some work for these guys to do. Mine and railroad this city, and then at Sandstorm convert the convert that over to... Sorry if I'm trailing off here. I'm like thinking about different things. Convert these farms over to workshops. Flipper has turned out to be really helpful, not just for Flipper itself, but also because it's allowed Sandstorm to work these tiles and Green River to work these tiles. So it's helped that we've been able to steal some tiles. By the way, we could put a city here if we really wanted to. This is a legal spot for a city. We could put a city here technically and have it work some of these tiles that Flipper can't reach. Because like Flipper can't reach these tiles or this tile. That would be a really real jerk thing to do, but it would be amusing enough that I'm almost thinking about it. This city will never flip, not with that many units in it, but it would be funny. Because I have 1,600 culture, Hammurabi has 2,300 culture. Is 2 spaces from Green River? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It is 2 spaces. I thought it was 3. Can't do it. Nope, not a legal spot for a city. My mistake. In any case, though, we did finish the water mill over here. So that's this is about as much as we can get out of Endeavor. 60 base production. That's short of completely ridiculous terrain. This is about as good as you're going to do normally. That is a really good city. Alright, and then you can just come back over here and chill. But yeah, I forgot, if I'm going to build spaceship parts here, I need the laboratory, because it's plus 50% spaceship production, so I'm going to have to knock that out over the upcoming turns. Oh well. Have to get it at some point. Still need to conquer all of Babylon. You guys realize that Babylon is still defending with maces over here? I am literally about to unlock mechanized infantry. I'm not even kidding. I unlock mechs next turn. That's pretty sad.
The real problem is not whether machines think, but whether men do.
Alright, so now we have robotics. So next up we need to go for fusion. And then we actually want to pop the Golden Age pretty soon. Like, pretty much once we get the Engineer, we're going to want to pop the Golden Age. So we need to go fiber optics, and then I'm going to have to backtrack for physics, or for fission, and then I can go for fusion. So yes, if, you could actually do it that way. If you drop a city into revolt, you could potentially flip it, but you'd have to keep odds are you'd have to keep revolting it over and over and over again. So, not likely. Also, mechs are 32, not 36, but you're close. Alright. So where's the space elevator? Hold on. Am I missing something? Or is it... No, it might not be close enough to the equator. Shoot. Well, if it's not close enough to the equator, I'm not going to be able to build the darn thing. That's a shame, because I could have avoided that tech. And it must not be close enough to the equator. The rules for that are pretty strict. Maybe I can build it in Gibraltar, though. How does a flat square have an equator? Yeah, that was one of the things I wasn't sure about. On a map like this that has an unusual world wrap, I'm not sure how that affects it. Further north than usual. Oh, do you need a lab to build this space elevator? I think it would still show up, though. Because, like, I'm not seeing it show up here, either. And this city does have a lab, see? Further south, I'll have to take a look. If it's further south, I could build it in that city, Endeavor. Anyway, so yeah, this city is pretty much out of stuff to build as well. I guess we'll do... You know, let's not bother with the jail. The city doesn't have much production. We'll just put it on wealth also. Oh, wait, we actually managed to get this tile back. Nice. And apparently we need to put a railroad on this tile. Actually, I can run even more artists. I can run 3 artists here. So we did get that tile back. Health is good here. Liz is texting me something. Picture of a sloth. Very cute. Guided missile. Time to toss out some guided missiles for that barb. So we already did all the espionage buildings here, which means there's not much more. This city's got decent production too, base 30. I don't see the space elevator as a build option here either. Alright, meanwhile you're still getting your research infrastructure done. Oh hey, we got another tile. Yes! Eiffel Tower to the rescue. We continue to steal more tiles. Alright, so we can watermill that tile too. I think should be able to watermill that one. Nice. Now we don't have to work that crummy tile. Yeah, I think that's everything we can build here. And this city's pretty good too. 42 base production. This is a decent spaceship city too. But like this city's right on the equator, and I still don't see the ability to construct the... I still don't see the... like this is literally on the equator. It's way down here. Anyway, I'll have to keep looking, but I feel like this should be an eligible spot. It's like 3 Gorgeous Dams, only 20 turns, but... Well, anyway, put it on wealth for the moment. Like, where is the... Can be requires... Oh, it requires satellites. Duh. Okay. No wonder I can't build it. I don't have satellites. Okay. I figured I was missing something. And we picked up a great artist for our great person. Alright, so that's going to be our last... Oh, look at this. Oh, this is perfect. This is awesome. We can trigger a golden age with these 4, and then we can use the engineer on the space elevator. This is awesome. So is it worthwhile? It is if you're really struggling with health. But since I'm in a decent spot for health, it's not that compelling at the moment. That was really, really good luck that I popped the artist there. And this is also choppable for Lion Macrod. Nice. And this tile needs to be railroaded. Awesome. You guys, on the other hand, are pretty much done. Like, there's not much more for them to do. Yeah, that was a fast turn. So they improved this tile. Also, Flipper, you've got to be, like, out of tiles to work at this point. Yeah. But at least all of Flipper's tiles have been improved. So then these three guys have to come down here and... oh, hey, notice that Sydney, our original worker from like the beginning of the game, is still right here. Very nice. Okay, so this is good. This will give me time to knock out the university and the observatory and get the and get that lab ready to go in Lymagrad. So on the tree, so we're researching satellites right now, yeah. So then we'll have to have one of the cities do the docking bay, which is a fairly expensive part. So we'll probably have Endeavor do it, since Endeavor's a very good production city. Probably. Oh, in the meantime, while we're just sitting here, Oxford, since you've got nothing to do, how about you build a guided missile to go kill that barbed spear? I just really want to see if I can kill it with the guided missile. Finish the intelligence agency. So like this city clearly is too small to build spaceship parts, but these cities here in like this little valley, I think these were the cities that really won the game for me because they were just such strong cities. Hill of Swords, Desert Oasis, and Great Wall were really, really strong cities. And this terrain has been pretty critical in terms of winning the game. All right, so we're at the full 44 commerce per turn. There's very little of value to build here. So let's toss out another guided missile, just to make sure we kill that thing. All right, Lymagrad, you're continuing to work towards... let them eat cake. Yeah, seriously, let them eat cake. And I think this city's like out of stuff to build too, except espionage stuff. Always more espionage. It's like, yes, more espionage. Although at this point I would want the scientists because I'm basically just wasting time there. More guided missiles! Okay, I don't really need that many guided missiles. The barbed spear must die. Alright, so we've solved the health issue here. And like we could build Red Cross, which is kind of funny. Red Cross is a pretty nice national wonder. Every unit that comes out starts with Medic 1. Not bad, but it comes along late enough in the game that it rarely has much effect. Alright, Sandstorm. I'll put on Wealth for the time being. This is another prime spot for spaceship construction. Alright, I got a little overboard. Let's not build the guided missile in that city. Alright, so we got to rebase first. To Flipper, closest city. Alright, you guys. Oh, I must have gotten this tile back at some point too. Oh, never mind, I've had that for a long time. Alright, split that. Someday I'll have to do a game of cultural conquest on stream because it's pretty fun. And obviously this also goes to... Oh no, that actually goes to Terror. Never mind, that does not go to Lymagrad. So I'm not going to mark that tile. Still, we've got quite a few tiles to chop. And you guys can probably go to sleep now. When you put a city in wealth, is it better to put merchant or engineer? Oh, that's a good question. Very good question. Let's check. So 90 gold versus... 90. It is better to put the merchant. Good question. So the merchant is slightly better. You get a better conversion. And you really, really need to stop running those spy specialists. See, this city needs to run engineers because its base production is 3. Engineers are giving it 6 more. So yeah, that poach needs the production really badly. But yeah, we should check the cities that are on... Oh my god, what are you doing? Stupid spy specialist, I swear to god. Although here I'd rather just run another artist. Keep that culture running. Try to get more tiles back. Not really going to help me win the game, but I think I can flip this tile back pretty soon. Like, I think I'm pretty close to getting this one. So, based on that suggestion, let me just flip over these engineers into merchants. Is this the one I already did? Nope. although the game insists on being stupid like that. Is Poach starving? It is, but we'll fix the health issues shortly. I hate that I have to keep microing it like that. But yeah, we should be able to get more. Like this tile has a decent chance of flipping too. I mean, look, End of the Line is getting quite a bit of culture at this point. And Green River's putting culture on this tile too. So like they're both combining to put their culture on this tile. And it's only second ring for End of the Line. It's third ring for Uzbek. We are behind by quite a bit, but there's a decent chance we'll make that up. I mean, look, this city's getting 47 culture per turn. That's an awful lot. Anyway, so this is going to reveal the whole map. If you don't know, Satellites reveals the whole world map. So this little corner is going to be revealed. The one part of the map that no one is able to settle. All right, now fiber optics fusion, and now's the time for us to pop that golden age to research and build these last remaining techs. All right, so space elevator is available, thankfully, as is the docking bay. So keep in mind, I'm actually going to do the lab first. I think because I can knock out a good portion of the space elevator with that great engineer, who's going to be landing in a little bit. Yeah, now the city's starving, but we've got the supermarket to deal with that. It will not starve. Oh, we got a tile back. Woo! All right. Thought we were getting close to flipping that tile. All right, I got to wake up some workers and have them go toss a workshop down on that tile. Give that city some actual production. There's our other guided missile. All right, 2 guided missiles should be plenty. And we need the docking bay. All right. I've got a city that can do the docking bay. Flipper! Finally got its factory built. Go Flipper! Coal plant. Might as well follow it up with the coal plant. Alright. I don't know. I actually almost never use these guided missiles. I'm going to wait and use them both together. But I will have these things, the airships, get in what damage they can. I guess that's as much damage as they can do. Alright. So this City Sandstorm I wanted to have do the docking bay. It'll take a while, but this will probably take Sandstorm up close to the end of the game. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab our great people. And let's go ahead and trigger them. Alright, last golden age of the game. So we went up to 4,200 beakers per turn. And this should give we should be able to probably finish the tech tree in the time we have remaining. Because we've got to go through we've got to go through fiber optics, then fission, then fusion, and then we just need composites, ecology, genetics. We don't need laser, it's an optional tech. So we just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 6 more techs. Well, we might not be able to do all of them in the remaining time. We'll see though. Maybe. I could always pull mass wealth to just keep researching. So, getting these thrusters finished. Yes, remember to wake up the workers for the workshop at Poached. Yes. Alright, we've got the first thrusters done. Oh, there we go. Please add it to your spaceship. Okay. In production. Zoom. Zoom. Okay. You get the idea. So we're going to have another part to build as soon as fiber optics is finished. So let's go ahead and do that. Get as much overflow as we can. What's our base product? Let's build something. What's the cheapest unit we can build here? Probably the Cav. Nope. No, airship. Airship will get as much overflow as possible off this airship for next turn. Alright, now's the time to start space elevator. Sooner we get it done, the better. And with us heading into the end game here, it's time to start putting, as I said, cities on wealth so that I can run just 100% science non-stop. Like, I'm already at the point where I can now do that. Alright. So can we do it? Alright, we did as much damage as we can. Now it's time to fire these. Bomb the improvement. Attack enemy units. Alright, let's see if this works. Calling in the airstrike against the barbarian spearmen. Is it out of range? You're kidding me? It's not in range. Oh boy. You would think that guided missiles wouldn't only have a range of 4, but the airships have a range of 8, and they're like 2 eras earlier on the tech tree. That doesn't even make sense. Oh yeah, we can build a fort. Build a fort! Where's my workers? Build a fort! Because you can... Yeah, you can, Alright, well, we don't need all of these guys. Just grab a stack of 4. Alright, so we got this built. So, time to go build a fort, as you guys said. 1, 2, 3. Alright, on this tile probably. Oh, I should have wrote it that tile. Oh well. Alright, back to sleep for now. It looks like the barbarian spear was a little too crafty, but don't worry. We're working on it. We'll get him soon enough.
There is a single light of science, and to brighten it anywhere is to brighten it everywhere.
Alright. Vision. Okay. Cockpit next. We also finished rock and roll. Yeah, we're pretty far ahead of the AIs. Like, it's not close. Alrighty. So we finished rock and roll. And yeah, this city is probably a little, not quite enough production capacity to build a spaceship, so let's use it to generate more wealth, or more science. We don't even have the ability to construct a science specialist. Whoops. Okay. Wait, what tile was this working before? The city was not starving before, was it? Although if we're going to do research, we should be on that tile. Or was the city already starving? Maybe it was. Well, in any case. 90, yeah, this tile's better if we're actually doing science. And we got 7 more turns. Oh, you know what? We could, we should do the supermarket, because that'll keep the city from starving. Alright, so this city, yeah, can go to research. So, cursor. I don't think this city is going to have time to finish much more of anything else. Well, I can do the university. Only 4 turns to do the university. There we go. Alright, so now it's no longer starving. That's good. Although it still does need those engineers to be able to build anything in any reasonable amount of time. That's good, though. Alright, you come hang out here with the other airships and flipper. Started with 10 XP, that's pretty funny. Oh, whoops, I must have used... There we go. Wait, why is it not... Oh, that's right, there's a limit to how many air units can be in one location. That's right, you can only have so many in one spot. Alright. Time to get this fort built. 1, 2, 3. Alright, this tile will work too. Because it's the range is 4, and this would be 4 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're working on it. We're gonna get this. Hey, Sydney. So the Great Engineer, we want to keep this in mind. The Great Engineer is going to be worth about 800-ish production, and I don't want to go past that here. Like, I want to stop when I get to like 1200-ish production, because otherwise anything extra is just going to be wasted in this city. Like, there's no point. I'm definitely using the Great Engineer. You hear Sydney. Poach can use the horses? That's true. I have Old Town Road using the horses right now. It doesn't really matter. It just Old Town Road grabbed this first. Also, this is really where I should build the Hermitage for the plus 100% culture, but it's probably too long at this point. This tile we're going to get back soon too, though. And I'll give this one to Poached. Because look, look at how much cultural battle there was. Quinacoptic's at 10,682. We're at 10,612. But I think we're going to seize control. It helps that this city went over 5,000 culture. As we continue to work for artist specialists. But yeah, it should only be a turn or two until we get that. Alright, Hill of Swords. You finished your Security Bureau, so let's have you go over to research. Great job, Hill of Swords. Like, seriously, what an awesome awesome game for you. Considering that you never had more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You only have 11 tiles here. You're really squeezed in between 2 other cities, but like seriously, it's producing 200 beakers per turn right now. Pretty impressive stuff. What did we finish here? Oh, Christo Redentor. Okay, so now we can change civics as much as we want. I'm not sure what civics I would want to swap into at this point, but hey. Yeah, oh my god, the Barbarian Axeman Wars at Hill of Swords. God, it's like so nostalgic at this point. Those stupid barb axes, not having horses, unable to build chariots to counter the barb axes. It was pretty rough. Anyway, good stuff. So, anything I need to build here in this city? I don't think so. So I guess we'll just put it on science for the time being. We're getting close to 5,000 beakers per turn. That's, I mean, granted, yes, we're in a golden age, but still. All right, you've got like everything done too, except stupid espionage stuff that we don't care about. So you go over to beaker output too. There we go. 280. Wow. I mean, we're not going to have trouble researching these texts. Let's just put it that way. So we got the lab done. The city is following the same path of a whole bunch of other ones. We need health next. So get the aqueduct. Also, you keep emphasizing those artists. I like trying to steal these tiles back. Yeah, you can just go to sleep. Alright, so they need to get that fort done. Oh, and look at that, we flipped the tile literally on the next turn. So we're not going to be able to get these tiles. These are too deep in Incan territory. We should be able to get this one though too. Look at this, Poached is finally getting its tiles back from the big bad Incans. There we go. Yeah, now the city's starting to look a little bit better. And then, like I said, we're probably going to get that tile next turn, too. There we go. Where are we at right now on Space Elevator? Alright. So fission and then fusion, and then the 2 engines are going to be the big ones. I'll probably have to do the engines, one in Lymagrad and one in Endeavor, because those are the big expensive spaceship parts. No. $15 gold. I'll take it. I'll take his pity money. Alright, so this is... Fusion is the most expensive spaceship tech in the game, and we can do it in 2 turns, thanks to a little bit of overflow. Alright, yes, add those thrusters. Boom. So we got another thrusters done here in the capital. We could build a Manhattan project if you guys want me to drop a nuke on that barbarian's head, but no. We're going to keep pushing science further ahead. Alright, okay. Apparently we're adding another thruster. There you go. You guys get to see each one of these added one at a time. Desert Oasis, good job. Now Desert Oasis I won on wealth because it's my Wall Street city. I don't know if that factors in, but I don't think it factors in, but yeah, it does not. Unfortunately, it does not actually factor in. Oh well. Too bad. So yeah, 4,900 beakers now. Probably don't need a courthouse there, but who cares? Alright, starvation. Let's get you that grocer then. Alright. I could have finished that railroad last turn. Alright, so we gotta build the fort next. Too bad I only have 3 workers over here. And forts take forever to build. Alright, you guys can head on back to the rest of the group. Nuclear option. Well, I think we can get the barbarian. You know, everyone in the world hates you if you use nukes. They would not be pleased. Yes, these turns are going by pretty fast. You know, so anyway, let me just get back to the point I was mentioning before. Fusion's the most expensive tech in the game, 12,480 beakers. No other techs are that expensive, so the fact that I can 2-turn this, granted with some overflow, but the ability to 2-turn this is really, really excellent. Now, one of the problems with the Great Engineer is he's going to appear in the capital, and it's going to take like 2 turns to walk over to Lymagrad, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Yeah, it's probably going to take 2 turns to walk over to Lymagrad, which I think I can probably switch off the space elevator in another turn or so, but there's nothing else for the city to build just yet, so I don't mind. Oh, could I airlift? Well, I don't have airports. Remember, I don't have airports. I skipped flight tech because it wasn't required, so I can't airlift him, unfortunately. And, yeah, I can't airlift ships. And I would just lose turn. And since there's no other port city over here, I would lose time by trying to transport on the galleon through Dune, like to try to ship them across this bay. Unless I put a fort, maybe if I put a fort on that tile? Could I unload by putting a fort on that tile? Unload a cav to a chopper. Yeah, I'm not researching text just to kill that. As soon as this fort's done, I should be able to get this guy. Because then I'll be able to hit him with the guided missiles. Alright. So we got the cockpit done. So again, we're just going to wait 1 turn here. And then we'll... yeah, 78 base production. I think this would be a good city to build that in. And you can also go to... Yeah, we're... Oh, geez, 5,000 beakers per turn? Okay. Yeah, we're burning through this, aren't we? Not bad. Alright. Oh, hey, and we even... And now we've... As I said, we even got this tile back. Yay! So finally, on turn 292, we have all of our first string tiles back under the control of Poached. And there was great rejoicing. Nice job, Poached. You can work on that customs house in terms of celebrating. Is there anything else I can use the Great Engineer on? Because I'm not even sure I'm going to need him at this point. No, unfortunately Manhattan Project is a project, so it's no good as far as using a Great Engineer to speed it up. Yeah, pretty much the engines are the big thing now. So I've got the engines, and then I've got to do the life support, but the life support's cheap, and the composites. The composites are also cheap. I need to go composites next, because they're you have to build 5 of them, and end with the stasis chamber. Or actually, no, I should probably end with ecology, because that's the cheap one, the life support. What tech does the Great Engineer slingshot? Probably nothing useful. So the Great Engineer would give me like 1,000 beakers, which is not that useful at this point, considering I'm getting like 5,000 per turn. We'll see, but I don't expect it to be too useful. What will you give me for this? 15 gold. Alright. We've entered the future era, which has the same graphic. I didn't even know there was a fusion era.
Technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Alright, so composites next. Alright, what are we adding this time? Alright, we've got the final thruster added. There we go. Gibraltar was the one working on it. Okay. You are not going to be the one to do the engine. You completed a university in the Shire. Yet the Shire is still trucking along, working on that infrastructure. You know, this city, which is not a particularly good city, you know, made the most out of some very marginal land. And look, it is slowly getting some of these tiles back that it wasn't getting before. So that's pretty cool, too. Managed to wrestle some of these tiles back. And you, what are you doing? Spy specialist. Seriously. The stuff these kids come up with, I swear. It does need more health, though. Alright, so yeah, see, it gives me 1,700 for fascism, which is not useful. So what I'll have this do is I'll switch Lymograd over to an engine. I'll use the Great Engineer to finish that production when it gets over there in 2 turns. So engine there, engine here, 8 turns. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to lose the Golden Age in 6 turns, but I will have all the text research. This Golden Age will carry me through researching all the parts, and I'm going to get the uber expensive engines done as well. So composites next. I can pick out 5 cities to do the composites. No trouble. I'll just see which ones. If I go to the city list, can I see which ones have the most production? Yep, I can just sort by production. Desert Oasis, Oxford, Twin Peaks. Yep, a whole bunch of these cities. So Lymograd is the most production, as we suspected. Lymograd's got the most, and then Endeavor is second. So Lymograd, you know, that putting the whatchamacallit, putting the Ironworks, yes, Ironworks. I don't know why it took me so long to think of that. Putting the Ironworks in the city really did make a difference. Just turn this city, which again had really marginal land. There's no food bonuses here at all. Just really speaks to the power of what you can do in this game. Oh no, I guess it has 1. It has the cows, so excuse me. But really has pretty marginal land, but we were able to turn it into a great city with some hard work there. Oh yeah, you guys want to see the northwest corner of the map just for fun? Okay. So yeah, we've got a Barb City there at Frisian, and then this really rugged terrain. There's a silver resource. Yeah, there's the marble I couldn't find throughout this game. This Barb City is still hanging out here. When we're about to win the game, let's go into debug mode and see what's actually in... Well, no, we can see it on the map here. Look at this Barb City. All right, so not only has it expanded borders, inside the city they've got a monument, granary, market, grocer, barracks. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a good city, but, you know, the land's pretty terrible. So, gotten something out of it. Oh, and we're starting to get to the point with Gilgamesh that we have enough espionage to see some of his cities. How much until we can see inside his cities? Okay, we're not close. 7,600. Oh, hold on. No, it's cheaper for some of the other... Oh, it's... okay, Can investigate this city for 4,600 for some reason. Well, we're not close to... Well, actually, we aren't that far off. Huh. Automatically when enough points have been accumulated. But we can see everybody's demographics. You can see everybody's research by this point in time. Well, not Ahsoka, who's apparently still running crazy amounts of espionage. Anyway, fun stuff. So you can see where the AIs are on the tech tree. They are about 2 full eras behind at this point. They're like early industrial and late modern. I wish I could get him to... I'll take the... Again, taking the 15 pity gold. Hey, I played Civ 3. I traded maps for money all the time. I'm not too proud to take his 15 gold. Alright. 50 million people. That's a lot. Alright, and we got the... Hey, we got the fort finished. Alright, here we go. Back to the space elevator. Finish... So we can finish it. I mean, we only knocked 1 turn off, but whatever. I'll take it. And so now we can rebase over to there. Oh, hey, look, we got a new tile to play around with. Yay! Although it's actually outside the range of both cities, so... Oh, well. Not a usable tile, but this one's going to flip relatively soon. So I think I'll pull these guys over back here and have them in position. All right, let's get our guided missiles ready. We're like waiting all throughout the game to set up this guided missile strike.
The whole is greater than the sum of its parts.
All right, genetics next, then ecology last because that's the cheapest part. Alright, so we did finish the space elevator. Space elevator is one of the coolest concepts. You think I'm going to have to build another Fort 1 closer? I hope not. I wonder if we'll ever see an actual space elevator. It would be a great idea if we're ever serious about going up into space. Alright, so yeah, casings only take 3 turns. Yeah, look at that overflow. A lot of it was nice. We got full overflow. So yeah, 50% from buildings, 50% from power, resources, 100% for building the spaceship component. The 100% is 50% from a lab, and then the other 50% from the space elevator. So yeah, we get a lot of multipliers there. Zoom. So we got a thrusters complete. All right, so Hidden Valley. Hidden Valley is not a strong production city, so we're just going to put it on research. I'm going to look at the city list and plan out what's going to research what. Oh, we're actually going to get a great person here. Get a great artist. Too late for it to do anything. I have been running an awful lot of specialists here. So there's not much more to build. What we could work on, though, is do the Hermitage, because we are getting a lot of culture here. Apostolic Palace elections, okay. Haven't seen this in a while. So we did now get control of this tile. Very nice. I guess we could build a cottage. Either that, well, it's too late for the cottage to mature, so we should just do the workshop. Alright, so these are in range. First we're going to try to soften it up with the airships. Alright, so 20% is the max we can do with the airships. Alright. Defender of the Aluminum. Airstrike. 65%. Didn't kill him, though. Can these units kill? Yes! We got him! Woo! The Barbarian is dead. The Aluminum is unprotected. So yes, guided missiles can kill units. Highlight of this particular stream. All right, let's look at the city list though, more seriously. All right, so we've got our top cities are working on the more expensive spaceship parts. 4 turns, 5 turns for the engine. So, what else? So let's have... So end of the line we should save for the stasis chamber. Trying to think if I want end of the line for the stasis. Where's end of the line again? Oh, that's the city over there. Yeah, so end of the line should probably do the stasis chamber. And then the other cities on the list. So what are the next cities on the list after that? So Victory. Victory, Desert Oasis, Oxford. Should start doing the casings. Victory... Desert Oasis. Well, 7 turns? Okay. Oh, maybe we can drop that to 6. Oasis. And we are going to drop out a Golden Age here in a little bit too, so that'll slow us down slightly. Alright. Victory, Desert Oasis, Oxford. I also have Sandstorm is going to finish one of these, so I can have Sandstorm then go onto a casing as well, I think. So we've got Oxford and Twin Peaks, I think, are the next ones. Alright, 6 turns. Twin Peaks. Where was Twin Peaks again? Oh yeah, this city here, which is starving, but that's fine. It's not going to last too much longer. Working a spy specialist, of course. Alright. I hate that I keep resorting this list repeatedly. So we've got the engines under construction, docking bay. There's 4 casings, and the 5th one will do it. And end the line's going to do the next spaceship part. Actually, no. It should. That doesn't make any sense to do that because the docking bay is going to have end of the line start on a casing right now. All right. So yeah, we're not going to finish before turn 300, but it won't be much long. It won't be too much longer than after that. Librarian Flipper. So Catherine's the winner. No, Wynakopak's the winner. Okay. Well, he doesn't like me very much. But I still don't think I have Buddhism in any of my cities. Or no, I think... Yeah, there's still no threat of losing the AP because Ahsoka has no Buddhism in any of his cities. Hey, buddy. What's up? What's up? You not all excited? I'm almost done, buddy. We only have a little bit longer to go in this game. And you guys can't see him. Hold on, let me move it so you can see him here. Hey, buddy. What? 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 You're a good boy. I don't know what he's doing. Literally no idea what he's doing. Okay. Okay, here. I'll be right back. Let me let him out real quick. Okay, you need to go outside? Here, come on. I'm gonna let you out. Okay. I think he had to go outside. Not 100% sure, though. All right. So you can go back to sleep. You guys finish up that. Oh, we got another great engineer. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Well, I don't know that there's really much more in the way of wonders. Is there any other wonder that I could even pick up? Hollywood, United Nations. Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting to get another great engineer here. I could use it for Three Gorges Dam, actually. That would probably be the best way to use it. Yeah, Globe Theater and Poach. Well, yeah, now it's too late for that. Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do, would be to move it to a city that has decent production. What's a city that has good production and is not working on a spaceship part at the moment? So this city is going to work on... Sandstorm's going to work on the part that comes from genetics when that finishes. So I don't really have an available thing. And Limograd's going to do the last part at the last tech. So Endeavor is probably the best place to build. So I guess if I take this guy back to Endeavor, after it's done this engine, I mean, it's going to be like the very end of the game, but we might as well. Not much else to do. So yeah, we're almost done with the techs. We just need ecology. That's the only one we still need. Also, genetics is nice. It does give +3 health in all cities.
Soon
See?
it will be a sin for parents to have a child.
And this Golden Age was really well timed.
Genetic disease.
Oh, we actually can... Wow, we can actually one-turn it. Okay. I was going to say it's really well timed because our Golden Age is finishing just as we finish researching, like, the last tech. So Sandstorm now does the Stasis Chamber. And that's as much as I can do. You know, I can probably workshop... Work that tile. That's obviously a better result. I can probably workshop like 1 or 2 of these tiles if I can get my workers over there. There we go. Another nice tile for end of the line. We've never connected the oil, interestingly enough. Alright, so yep, just finishing up the last couple parts. The Golden Age here. So you can see we've got that stasis chamber still to go. And then the only other one we still need is the life support. And I'll just do the life support in Limograd. So we should be able to have everything done in 6 turns. And I think I can shave a turn off of the Sandstorm build too with my workers. In fact, this is useful enough that I'm going to grab a bunch of these workers. And bring them over here to help me speed this along, because this looks like it's going to be the limiting factor, is this city here. Like, I can drive this city into... I'll keep some over here in case I need them for Limograd. But that city looks like it's going to be the limiting factor in terms of launching. No, Kathy, go away.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors.
All right, that's it. We have all the techs we need. So at this point, let's just grab whatever we've been missing, starting with Divine Right. Actually, no, we need something more expensive than that. We're going to lose beakers to overflow if we go for that one. Now it's time to do the Manhattan Project now. All right, you guys wanted Globe Theater. Here you go. Here's Globe Theater for Poached. Flipper is still working away. All right, so workshop. We can drive this city into starvation if we need to. Oh, we picked up oh, cool. A little bit of extra stuff for our efforts. Oh yeah, and we are going to lose the Golden Age, so that kind of sucks, but I can definitely drive this city into food deficit here as needed. All right. Oh, I guess we didn't have enough movement points to get there. Guess that's as far as they can make it this turn. All right, so we are going to lose the... Yeah, because this city is already at max size. It can't grow any larger. All right. So, not Divine Right. We need something more expensive. The other thing we can do is we should probably run 0% science because we can potentially flip into universal suffrage and cash rush out the last spaceship part. I don't know if that's still an option, but I'm willing to check it out. So let's see if we can build up some money here. So bid farewell to the Golden Age. We did get over 5,000 beakers per turn.
I am the state.
At the height of the Golden Age. Going back and picking up these cheap techs. Alright, so there's an engine done. So now we do the last spaceship part here. Life support. And here's where I can chop it along to finish it faster. Potentially. Yeah, you're done. Go home. You're done. So we finished. Oh wow, we're up to 90 culture per turn. Not bad in this city. All right. Not much more for you to do there. So it's still 5 turns. Let's see. Is everything 5 turns? So no, Sandstorm is still the limiting factor. And remember, I can chop at Lymagrad to help finish. So this is still the city we need to speed up, which we're going to do with our worker friends. So Sandstorm, I hope you enjoyed eating, because you're not going to be eating anymore. Enjoy starving. This is like when I play FTL. Yeah, see, now we got it down to 4 turns. I don't think I can shave another turn off of this, but I might be able to cash rush it, as I said. Just because I can't increase the production enough to drop more turns off it, but I'm going to try anyway, just because it's fun. This poor city. Cut their oxygen. All right, I got to let Sydney back in. Hold on. Be right back. Okay, I gave him a treat because he's been good. Yeah, well, I need more money, but I agree that I don't really need to be in representation. So let's go ahead and flip the switch and see what we got. Can only hurry production of unit or building. Okay, so that has been changed. That was not the case in earlier versions of Civ. So I cannot cash rush the stasis chamber. Okay, in which case we can turn science back on, because why not? Might as well finish text then. It was worth a shot. Like I said,
study politics and war, that my sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy.
All right. Yeah, apparently not. Apparently I couldn't. Yeah. It's because the spaceship parts are considered projects. You can't. So let's see. So right now, let's just run the math here on what I would need. I need 1,200 minus 757. I need 443. So I would need to get this up to... I need to get this up to 220 production to shave a turn off this, and that's not going to happen. So I think we can stop driving the city into insane starvation. As much as I'd like to, there's just no way to get another turn off this. So that's as fast as I can go. So hey, at 3 turns, that's fine. We'll launch on turn 303 with all the spaceship parts, and that's pretty good. which means that due to the idiotic must wait 10 turns for the spaceship to arrive, we'd be due to finish on turn 313, something like that. All right, select all, so you guys can go back to sleep. Here we go. All right, cool. So good timing. You can get there as soon as Endeavor's... Oh, you know what? The other thing we could do is we could found a corporation. Let me see if we've got any cities that's getting ready to produce a great person. Doesn't look like it. I guess Gibraltar's the closest. I wouldn't mind showing you guys a corporation. Like, I can flip out a state property and show you what that looks like. Hopefully an engineer, so I could found, like, Mining Inc. 6 turns. Or a scientist, that would work too. Alright, 4 turns. We'll try that with the next great person that comes out with that city. Just because I haven't gotten a chance to show corporations and we had some questions about them. Alright, adding more parts to the spaceship. Just trying to finish up here. So we still need a couple more cases. Yeah, everything's in production. Oh, Victory. I don't want Victory to actually starve, so... Sorry, Fishy McFishy. I don't want the capital to starve. Getting closer. Alright, here we go. 3 Gorges Dam. Casing's almost done. Based on what the graphics show, launching the spaceship with only 1 casing would be pretty hilarious. It would be like the entire outside of the ship is not finished. But you can do it. It is a possibility. Stock exchange. Alright. Yeah, we're pretty much done at this point. You can just go over to research at this point. Yeah, you too. We're done at this point. We're just clicking. We're just next turning at this point. Spaceships, we can't speed it up faster than what we've already done. All right, let's see how much production we get here. 840. Cuts the build time like in half. So in terms of like playing Civ 4, in Civ 4 AI Survivor, oh by the way, Hammurabi's still using medieval units over here, so that's a thing. He's researching physics. Apparently he still hasn't got rifling. We've seen in Civ 4 AI Survivor 1 or 2 games where the delay in spaceship getting launched actually did end up mattering. I've only seen it happen 1 time in an actual game, like not an AI game. And that was in the first Pit Boss game at Realms Beyond.
Once you have tasted flight,
Regoar, Keek, as he pronounces it, he had a spaceship in transit, and he was going to win the game, and he had his capital raised by a unit with the promotion lets you use enemy roads as your roads. I'm trying to remember what that promotion's called. But yeah, he had that happen to him, and he lost his capital because it was only defended by a warrior, and then somebody like moved on his rails with a highly promoted unit and killed it, and then he lost the game because his spaceship... Commando, thank you, Burninator. That's the only time I've ever seen that actually matter. And by the way, Fishy McFishy did finally finish its lab, you guys. So congrats to Fishy on a game well played. So that's the last casing. There we go. Now we just need the stasis chamber and life support, which are both under production right now. I guess I could build the Manhattan Project for funsies. Alright, good job. Like, I could be switching the specialists over, but at this point, like, we've already researched almost the entire tech tree. We're just wrapping up the last couple techs we didn't get previously. So, it's all not really kind of pointless. We just need
The only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about.
Okay. So yeah, now we have all the parts completed. There we go. Launch. Estimated travel time 10 turns. All right, here we go. Little cutscene. Off goes the spaceship. You guys, if you've watched AI Survivor, you've seen the AI launch the spaceships a bunch of times before. It's the first time we've actually launched it, though. We'll do Hollywood. Why not? Give us some more happiness. And there's the last chamber. All right. Woo, there it goes! Also, that's too expensive. We're going to waste too many beakers and overflow. All right, so again, turn 313. Wait, what? Oh, that Barb City was finally taken by somebody. I want to see that world map now. I would love if I could get some of these people to attack each other, but it's hard to bribe someone into fighting in this game. I could bribe them into changing, I could actually trade for someone's oil, which is kind of funny. Been a very peaceful game. The AIs have barely fought at all. Oh, you know what? I could get her into free religion. That'll screw with her Apostolic Palace stuff, getting her out of that. Where's the relations? Oh, apparently I'm up to friendly with Ahsoka now. He really likes me because of the shared civics. This guy does not like Hammurabi. He's lukewarm towards us. Anyway. Capital defended by a warrior. Yeah, I mean, yeah, victory's defended by a warrior, right, but the AI doesn't have commando units. It's not something you would typically think about.
Oh, I have slipped the surly bonds of earth, put out my hand,
All right.
and touched the face of God.
Here we go. So now we can found mining ink. Let's see if we can do that before time runs out. So in order to do that, we have to leave state property, which is not emphatically not worth it. All right, so like look at the cost right now. Minus 200. Let's go to free market. Yeah, minus 407. Not worth it. But now I should be able to create. Here we go. So now I can found mining ink if I want to. So let's go ahead and do that just so you guys can see what that looks like. Gibraltar is not exactly the best place to put it, but we only have 9 more turns until the spaceship arrives. All right, so how do corporations work? So again, corporations, they consume certain resources. Excuse me, and then you get something back in return. Sydney. Anyway, so they consume these resources and then you get something back in return. So for mining ink, for example, it uses coal, iron, copper, gold, and silver. And then you get production for it. I think you get like, well, hold on, we'll just look it up in the Civilopedia. It'll have the exact ratio for mining ink. Plus one production per resource. So apparently I have 11 of these, excuse me. So note that I now just get that much extra production. So I'll go ahead and start getting some mining execs. So yeah, 39 production. So like this would be great to have this in cities that are building spaceship parts. Although of course, there's not much point now because, you know, I'm finished with the spaceship parts. Also, let's see if can we do this in, God, we're at 96 production. Can we one turn this by any chance? I don't think so, unfortunately. I think I fall just short of enough production. But here's what I could do. I could trade for some of those resources with the AI. Let's see if anybody has spare resources. Copper. Yeah, he'll also give me 22 gold per turn for it. So what? Now I can get more production. 98. Can I get one more of those resources? So this is what you can also do. You can trade for these from the AI. Ooh, copper and iron. All right. There we go. Now we can one turn that mining exec. But more. It must have more. Could you spare it? Oh, geez. She just gave it to me. Okay. Now, he doesn't like me very much, so yeah, he's not going to trade. There we go. All right. So now we're up to plus 17. Of course, it also costs more money, and so this is where it hits you here. Distance from palace, number of cities, corporation maintenance. If by some chance you're playing Holy Roman Empire and you've got their wrap house for the maintenance discounts, it can help a lot. All right, so there we go. Now we're base production 45. So it's not quite enough to two-turn those things, but it comes closer. Yeah, enter Sid Sushi. Wouldn't corporations that give food be incredibly overpowered? Yes. Yes, they would. Enter Sid Sushi. So overpowered. So very overpowered, yes. So, yeah, it's an excellent question, and no, the game's not balanced there. I realize that the game's entirely over, but I still had to fire that stupid spy specialist. So, yeah. Let me see if I can get one of these executives in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, yes. So I'm going to put him in Limograd for funsies, because Limograd has a lot of production already. Oh, you know, I should have thought about this. I should have thought about the fact that every single Mining Inc. executive would have to be microed out of Gibraltar. Whoops. Yeah, that's true. Poach could use it too. Note that the AI is still trying to do spy specialist nonsense. Yes, more iron, more corporate resources. More corporations. So you can see the effect that it would have here. I'll put it over the light blue so you can see it easier. Plus 18 productions per turn, minus 11 gold per turn. And it also is a cost to spread the corporation, 92 gold. So yeah. So Limograd now has like stupid production, 73 base. Because it's getting the additional 18. Anyway, so that's basically how corporations work. The ones that everyone keys in on are Sid Sushi, because Sid Sushi provides food and culture, and it's pretty easy to get lots of the Sid Sushi resources. Mining Inc. and Sid Sushi tend to be the most powerful. Mining Inc. because of all the production, and Sid Sushi is number one because of all the food. Civ Jewelers can be good if you're going for a culture victory, because it provides a ton of culture. Anyway, yeah, corporations really help, absolutely. Agreed. They're really strong. So, anyway. All right. Why? I'm like, why? Why the Sid Sushi, or why the spy specialists? Why? Anyway, so in the long run, we did manage to take back most of these tiles. This one looks like it's going to flip shortly, too. So Green River, end of the line, which were really culturally squeezed at first, did end up getting most of their tiles back. Anyway, so we should be done. We should be finished the whole tech tree by the time that the spaceship actually lands.
With the possible exception of bad news, which obeys its own special laws.
Run culture in Green River. True, I should do that. I should build culture. All right, so the Three Gorges Dam will clean up our power situation. I thought there was a limit on how many beakers you could overflow. Maybe I'm thinking of Civ 6 there, where there's a limit on how much will overflow. All right. So why are we starving here now? Didn't we clean up our coal plant? Yeah, we did. Look at our huge health bonus now. Anyway, so yes, I'm not sure why we're losing so much at the moment. Oh well. We managed to get power, and now we have the clean source of energy. So now, of course, we're gonna build the Manhattan project. No, I actually can't build them. It's not enough time to. It wouldn't finish before the game ends. All right, yeah, I've had enough of building these guys too. So. Oh, we're actually running. Someone finished the UN. Wow, it wasn't me. So Ahsoka has apparently researched up to mass media. Okay, now the good news is, even if Ahsoka were to vote for the UN, even if he was to vote for the Diplo victory, he actually can't. There's not enough time for him to become the leader and then also call a victory resolution. There we go. Oh, poached, it can't spread this turn. Oh, he finished Hollywood too. No, Limograd. Oh, we're not going to be able to finish it. That sucks. All right, Manhattan Project then. Also not something that's going to finish in time, but you get the idea. There we go, 164 culture per turn. All right, it's on now. We're getting this tile back. Oh, okay, that explains it. I left state property. And in fact, I should go back to state property because it's a much better government for me. That would explain why I was suddenly starving. You're like, you left state property, dude. Your watermills don't provide food anymore. Oh, okay, so apparently I won the vote anyway. Interesting. I got votes from Gilgamesh and Hammurabi. Now, I'm not surprised with Gilgamesh. We've been on good terms all game long. But I am a little bit surprised that I drew a vote from Hammurabi. I guess he respects the fact that we've been stayed peaceful. Oh yeah, and now of course I can't spread. Now of course I can't spread anymore because I left state property. And the corporations just don't function at all. Like Mining Inc. just does nothing when I'm in state property. It literally does nothing. Oh, but you know what I have? I have workers, so I can chop out the Manhattan Project. Forgot about that. Chop. Okay. Chop. Okay, so all of that cut off, not quite one turn, but there's more to chop over there, so. They were in the third ring. Jeez, enough with the spying, AI.
Behind a veil, unseen yet present, I was the forceful soul that moved this mighty body.
And we've now finished the Toltec tree, so the game's over at this point. Just waiting for that spaceship to arrive. And there we go. We managed to shave a turn off the Manhattan Project. So now we'll finish a turn before. But yeah, basically just waiting for that spaceship to arrive. Oh, I don't know what turn that city the UN's in. Let's find out. Good question. Turn on the culture slider. Yeah, you're right. There's no reason to run. There's no reason to run science. There's no point. I already have tech. Future tech's pointless. Yeah, let's turn on that culture slider. Here's the tile we just got control over. Yeah, get over there. Yeah, let's turn up that slider. Get those tile. Like, what, how much does Green River have? 300 per turn? That's not too bad for someone who's not doing a dedicated cultural victory attempt. Oh, we got that tile back too. Excellent. Can improve both of those tiles. We can workshop this in. I guess we can't watermill this because we already watermilled the other side. How about over here? Should get control of this tile back. 100% culture. 5,000 culture per turn. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Oh, geez. 2 turns before the end of the game and we pop a gold tile. Okay, that would have been nice earlier in the game. I can watermill one of them. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, because it is a bend. That's correct. Okay, that was an odd way to select these units. Yep. Ah, there we go. Back to good old state property for our watermills. Yeah, there we go. Look at Green River. Look at this beautiful, beautiful city there. Way to go, Green River. Seriously, this is a thing of beauty. Also, the 54 happiness. Pretty cool. 53 happiness. Oh, well, I've got the theater, which boosts happiness from the culture slider, and I've got the Eiffel Tower, broadcast tower from Eiffel Tower. This was mostly so we could just see the Wonder movie. The AIs really hate you if you use nukes. Oh look, there's a space elevator, by the way. Alright, time to start cranking out those ICBMs. Actually, we should probably build the SDI. I mean, the game's going to end on the next turn. Oh, we got a great artist. How appropriate. Time to culture bomb! It's not going to do anything, watch. I'll go ahead and try it, but it's actually not going to do anything. I did not pick up even one tech. Or even one tile. And again, that's because this is a very mature border, so it's hard to move it. I figured it would do nothing, but I just wanted to show you guys. No, some of them are gotten to the Apollo program, but they're still a long way away. Borders of Poached. Oh, we're going to see probably quite a few cities expanding borders. So Poached actually got this tile back, too. Could have improved another tile if the game had gone on any longer. But that's basically it. So let's just bid farewell to this game, to the real stars of this game. First victory, our bureaucracy capital that carried us through really the first 2/3 of the game on research. A really good example of how to use a bureaucracy capital. Fishy McFish, the poor city that we abused over and over and over again, but still at the end of the game was producing 90 commerce per turn and managed to get all the key buildings. Endeavor, probably our single best city. Like this is a total monster of a city, and produced most of our military. Saved the game that way. Desert Oasis, the other city that was just awesome from a commerce perspective. And then the little cities that could, Hill of Swords, Great Wall, Dune, cities that didn't have much in the way of resources, but still managed to get stuff done anyway. Douglas, I would post a starting save. I don't know if I took down a starting save for this game. Does anyone know if it's saved? All right, here we go. I think this is it. I'll have to double check and see if this is the right save. I should save for this turn too, because it's the last turn of the game, 1884. And the really awesome battle, really the other key turning point of the game was getting Lymagrad. Remember, this is a spot that Surya Varman was going to settle, but we attacked and killed his unit that was guarding a settler. Like, he was going to win the race here, so we killed his settler, settled it ourselves, stole the Barb City at Poached, which was also key, and then defended the big attack when he launched it over here. And that was the big turning point of the game, was getting this city, getting access to horses. Because remember, without the horses, I can't crank out all those knights from Endeavor, and then the knights were what allowed me to defend his attack. So, like, that was the key turning point. Yep, Poach was a real game changer, because Poach then opened up Old Town Road, and Poach then opened up Gibraltar. Would have been a very different game if I hadn't been able to control this particular little part of the map right here, like from the Lymagrad to Poached region. This was really key. All right, and that's that. Let's wrap it up. Watch the ending movie and the replay. Oh, I can put forth a victory. Let's put forth diplomatic victory, but it doesn't matter because we've already run by space. Turn 313. That's a pretty decent finishing margin. Not anything spectacular, but very solid as far as finishing the whole tech tree. Successful Brexit. This is the spaceship victory. There's a different movie for each victory type in Civ 4. Yeah, so the idea is they've been in like cryogenic storage and they're waking up when they get to Alpha Centauri. All right, so let's watch the replay. Let's just look at the starting positions. Kind of interesting. I ended up being super isolated in this game. There's some really curious aspects of the map. Like, look right here. See these mountain barriers? This meant that Kathy could never expand in this direction. So she was really limited. She just didn't get too much. Meanwhile, over here, India and Babylon ended up getting a huge part of the map because Surya Varman didn't really expand too far to the west. But of course, I had a very isolated start too. Like, I didn't really have to build military units. And then this right here, like this and here being blocked off, meant I really had very little contact with Huayna because there was no connection through here. So anyway, let's go ahead and start. No chance of Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. Sorry, I never played that game, and I'm not really interested in trying to learn it. So yeah, here's the early expansion. Now, I haven't seen what the AI did early in the game either, so I'm going to be watching this with you guys. So Poach popped up very early in the game. Look at that. Very old Barb City. First one on the map. Look at my expansion. Way down here. Then we had the running battles for with the barbarians at Desert Oasis. I'm a little surprised Surya Varman didn't expand a little bit better. Like, he was apparently here at an early date, but he didn't push any he didn't really push any further to the east for a long time. That was pretty lucky for us. And then Barb City's popping up over here. All right, here we go. Well, never mind. I guess this was the part where we attacked Surya Varman and then we killed his settler. And there we go. There's Lymagrad. Really cute location. Poach was found at the same time as Endeavor. Okay, yeah, old Barb City. And so right around here, we're going to take Poached. Yep. Another one of the key events in the game, which then leads to us getting to the Gibraltar site a couple turns later. There we go. And then now that opened up stone. So at this point, the borders were more or less set. I guess Surya Varman did end up with a pretty decent amount of territory. All right, and then here's the Return War, where the big battles were fought. And right around now, this is where I discovered rifling, because it was right at the end of one session and then at the start of another session. So now we've discovered rifling. Now we upgrade all the knights to calves, and then goodbye to Story of Armin. Watch, he's going to get eaten over the following turns. Chomp, 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 chomp. Goodbye. And then the white English borders take over all that terrain. Obviously, we could have continued attacking from there, but I was happy just to run things out to a spaceship ending because I was so far ahead technologically. And it would have, the main reason, as I said, is it just would have taken forever. Like, this game took 20 hours as it is. If I had gone for like a domination victory, it would have taken, another 10 hours easily. I will try to do a domination victory on stream, domination or conquest, but I will pick a smaller map. This is Highlands is a large map script, and this was a standard size map. I maybe do like small size Pangea, something like that. Yeah, Barblandia survived. The Barbs survived to the end of the game. Yeah, Highland map tends to have a lot of Barb cities. All right, let's just look at the graphs here. So GMP was clearly way ahead. This is when I kind of stopped researching. Ahsoka did keep up reasonably well. Remember how Wynakopek was the leader for most of the game in research? Ahsoka eventually passed him because Wynakopek got stuck on 7 cities and Ahsoka was at like 15. So he did eventually pull ahead. Manufacturing, no one else ever really got to assembly line. I think Ahsoka got to it right here. I think this is when Ahsoka finally got to assembly line, but like I was so far ahead the whole game because I industrialized way before them. Yeah, and you can see the food as a result of conquering Story of Armin. Basically, I just take over from him. Power. Go back slightly further. Yeah, so I was behind for the whole game. This is where I built up militarily, and then I didn't really build much military after that. I easily could have, but just had no real need. Culture. A lot of culture in India and in Inca. The Incas had a ton of culture, too. And espionage. Yes, the computer obsessed with espionage. I managed to bypass most of them, but not all of them. Number 1 in everything that mattered. Oh, I actually slipped all the way to 6th in soldiers at the end of the game. Well, I didn't build military at the end of the game, but I was number 1 in everything else, so. Top 5 cities. I did not have the number 1 city, or the number 2 city. I actually only had one of the top cities. Just victory. I think that's because the AI built a lot of early game wonders. If you're curious about the United Nations, did we see where it was built? I guess it wasn't built in any of the capitals. Built somewhere in India, but I don't know exactly where. India also the statue of Zeus, so I'm glad we didn't have to fight them. Yeah, we killed the Barb Spear. So 59,000, nothing special in terms of scoring, because it wasn't like an early victory or anything like that. Now, it looks like I've played a ton of games, but most of these are just the Survivor games. I actually have played a lot of Civ 4, but not on this computer. My old Hall of Fame had quite a few. And then includes some of the ones where we were doing weird stuff. Like this Spain game was an early domination, so that ended up scoring really high. And then this game included corporations. This game we did some stuff with World Builder text editing, so that had some weird stuff going on that wasn't really comparable to a normal game. And apparently my score was very close to the YouTube game I did with the Dutch a little ways back. I actually won faster in this game, so honestly played a little bit better. I finished like a good 20 turns faster, so I'll take that, but I didn't have as many score points because apparently I ran over more civs in the YouTube game, ended up with a higher score. Anyway. All right, so that's that. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Well, the top city list is literally just culture. It's how much culture the cities have. That's it. It's really the only thing that it checks. So thanks for watching. This was a long stream. This one went for over 4 hours, but we were getting close to the end. I didn't want to cut it off and like come back and stream for like an hour, 90 minutes. I'm probably going to stream a little bit tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to do Civ tomorrow. I might just stream some more Octopath because I've been enjoying that. My goal was to finish the Civ 4 game this weekend, and we managed to finish it today. So I should be around at least a little bit tomorrow, but I don't know if it'll be Civ. It might just be Octopath. So thanks you all for tuning in. This was great. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It'll be up on YouTube, and we'll be continuing with Civ Fridays in the future. I actually have to go into work next week on Friday, so it might be another week or so before I'm here on a Friday stream, but we will continue with Civ Fridays, and we're going to tackle Civ 6 next. So have a good one. See you guys later, and I should be around tomorrow. Take care. Hope your weekend's off to a great start. Bye-bye.